me. Then to you. Did you? Let me just.
Full live stream going, which is fabulous. There we are. Perfect. Perfect. I'm just trying. Then make sure, I think you have to be in that zone first, and then go to test, 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 test. There we go.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. So we are running live on the live stream now, but we haven't officially started the recording. So we have to start the recording.
That is true. See, I'm learning this stuff, Tom, as I go along. Okay, are you ready?
We're ready to go.
And we are recording.
Hey, we're here. So we are officially Ian Thomas, Tom Adams, in the iSigma On Air podcast booth at San Diego Sheraton in the Marina District near the airport for the iSigma conference. Welcome.
Thank you, Tom. It's been a long time since I've been to one of these conferences. It's kind of I don't know. I'm not overwhelmed. That's kind of the wrong word, but seeing all these friendly faces again, it's going to be a great 3 days.
Yeah, well, I think because a lot of people in this greater community might not remember you. I mean, there's a lot who do, but a whole lot of the people that do remember you have left the business or left the industry, and a lot of the people who are in the industry now don't know who you are. So let's go back and do a little bit of story about your journey through the information records management industry. Tell us a little bit about your history.
Oh, gosh. I'll go back quite a way of how I accidentally got into record storage, which was in the UK with an overnight parcel delivery company, part of Group 4 Security. I think they're called G4S now. And we got into record storage by accident because they were storing medical records. And so I was running logistics. They said, hey, we got this warehouse full of stuff. We don't know what it is. Brought in another guy who from Recall at the time, who they weren't called Recall then. I wonder what they're called.
What were they called? Yeah.
Secure. Oh, no. See, now you're going to get me going. I've got to try and get the memory things going.
Right. What was the name of it? But they were only in the UK at that point,
Only
right?
at the UK. Yeah, this was a UK company.
Yep.
And then they, no, they were part of Brambles. I apologize. They were part of
Oh, they were part of
They were
Brambles.
part of Brambles, yeah. But they were, oh, no, somebody, if you're here at the show and you remember what they were called, they were out of Colindale in London. You need to come and remind me. But yeah, so I got into record storage that way. And then I ended up writing my own software because we didn't have software. That was my first kind of foray into software. That's when I got to know O'Neill because I was looking to buy software because I quickly realized that I am not a software developer. It had its good moments and it had its bad moments, but it mostly worked. But I realized as always, you realize what it doesn't do,
Yep.
where you need that next level. And then eventually left, set up my own company. That was, again, a logistics company doing same-day logistics for a telecom company. Couldn't afford to pay myself. Welcome to small business. It was business startup. Ended up consulting with O'Neill. And then I was with O'Neill Software then from 1998. I started consulting, and then I got moved to the US in 2000.
Right.
And that's when I became an employee of O'Neill, technically. And then I stayed with them until 2013.
Right.
So more, on the software, helping grow that product base across the globe.
Yeah, and that's where you and I got to know each other really well because on my first podcast, which is called the RimPro Report.
The RimPro Report.
The RimPro Report. You were our sponsor.
Well, I remember at the time, podcasts weren't a thing. And so I can remember people saying, what is this? And why would you sponsor it? And it's like, when things are changing, media's changing, how you connect with customers are changing. So why wouldn't you give it a try? And I remember you being, grateful at the time because it was new.
Yeah,
and look
that was
now.
it was way before podcasting was cool, and you were willing to say, "Okay, this is interesting. Let's do it."
Let's do it.
And we did 170 episodes on that podcast.
Holy moly! Well, not we, you.
Yeah, I did. I mean, but you sponsored us for, I would say, 90% of that whole journey.
Yeah.
Which was really cool. But that was really early on, and that podcast we talked to everybody. Like we had from. I think our biggest show ever was Richard Reese from Iron Mountain, CEO of Iron
I
Mountain.
remember,
And we
yeah.
did a 2-part series with him, which was so good. That episode, strangely, still gets downloads today.
No way. After
Yeah.
all this time.
After all this time. And so that just continues. But that's where we got to know each other. And so we go from that, and you worked with O'Neill for all those years, and then you made a decision to move on. And where did you go after that? What was the next step?
So Iron Mountain purchased a company called AccuTrack. So
Yes.
that was now the other side of the fence, the file tracking for
Right.
corporations. I hadn't really worked in that area. Asked me to come along, help them to integrate it into the bigger Iron Mountain. So I thought, you know what? It's a good time to try something new and learn. And I really did learn. It's, you think it's the similar software? No, not even close. The challenges for...
And so you ran that company, right? You
Yeah, I
were
was
the
the general
general manager of AccuTrack, but it was Iron Mountain's internal, not internal software, not management software, but client-facing software.
Yeah, they bought it at that point, and then what we did is we connected AccuTrack to Iron Mountain. We connected AccuTrack to O'Neill, so that these companies, big banks, J.P. Morgan Chase, Citibank, were two big examples. They could then store offsite, but see all of their records wherever they were in the world. We rolled out one of the banks. We rolled out, I think, to 11 countries.
Wow.
And everything, they had to see everything in real time. There was no delays. We'll do a sync at midnight. That was not what they wanted. So that was really fascinating. A lot of fun. And again, working within now the corporate constraints.
Right.
Working within a bigger company is very different to, as you know, working either for yourself or within a privately owned company.
So you went on that journey for a while. You integrated that software. You led that division for quite a few years. That was
About 4.5, 5 years.
5 years, yeah. And then you made another big switch that I recall happened. You kind of went through another interesting part of your journey.
But it's the connections that are interesting. So when I was with O'Neill, we installed the software to recall in Singapore. And this was a company called Cisco Recall, which was part of Brambles before they rolled up. And the general manager there, we became good friends. He ended up working for a medical device company out of Australia called ResMed, which is headquartered in San Diego. They needed a new operations manager for the all of the Americas. He gives me a call. I was on vacation, and he says, "Hey, can you be in San Diego tomorrow?" And I'm on vacation, but sure. So I ended up Brendan Mullins, and we sat down, and he pitched the role to me. So I applied for it, and I didn't get it because my background didn't match the role.
Right.
But with a bit of meeting, I met the president, I met some other people, and eventually they said, "Yeah, okay, we think you can do this," and they took me on. So I ended up being their I can't even remember the title. I mean titles, but operations manager for the Americas.
Yeah, and I remember that distinctly because that was a big, massive move for you out of this industry that you had spent most of your life in into a brand new world, brand new ops instead of software, which had been your bread and butter for 30 years, and you jumped into ops, but then that, in a massive publicly traded company, you go on a journey in that company then, because you weren't just the ops guy for the Americas for too long. You started sitting in the boardroom after a while.
Yeah, I ended up with a few different roles, which were more layered on top of each other. So the operations, which was the two large distribution centers, facilities, large customer service team, and technical services, which is repair and disposal, which is why this industry I still had that connection in there. And then ended up being what they call the site lead. So you're responsible for holding quarterly meetings with all staff, so all hands, and you lead those. Then I got invited to be the chief of staff for a year, which was a lot of fun. 14 company presidents at the time come together every quarter, had to coordinate that meeting, facilitate the meeting, herding kittens, you know it, Tom, and then
Wow.
try to make sure that those meetings came to good fruition. So I did that for 12 months as well, on top of the normal duties.
But then from there, you kind of went into working with some of their acquisitions, right? Or some of the things that they were doing peripherally to the greater organization.
Yeah, it's funny how things swing around, isn't it? So after COVID, or during COVID, there was a lot of move towards digital therapies. So digital therapy became the big thing, and so companies started to get out of the manufacturing of medical devices, started to say, "Hey, we need digital arms." There's great successes like Dexcom with their,
Right.
mean, having the app to be able to measure, just incredible technology. So ResMed, who I was working for, went the same way. They've done some amazing things with apps. And one of the things they did was to go out and buy a company, small company, bring it in. And so now with the CEO asked me, would you be interested in, helping us to integrate this company? So I jumped back into software and ended up being the executive VP running all of operations for that acquisition.
Wow. Very cool. And so relatively recently, you decided to exit the thing altogether.
Yeah. So again, interesting journey. We made about 3 or 4 acquisitions that I helped to integrate in. So you take a small company, they've got their methods and processes. You try to put that into a large company, and it just gets destroyed. Oil and water. So you work with them over a 12-month period to get their processes not perfectly lined up, but close enough to get in. So I did that with a company in Madison, Wisconsin. I did it with a company mostly based out of southern India, another company in the UK, and then I had another potential opportunity to work in another international. And I said, you know what? I'd like to work where I live or take a rest. So they were going through a big organization at the time, so I took early retirement.
So
For the
cool.
last year, I've been riding motorcycles and relaxing until I get this strange phone call from Nate saying, "Hey, can you come and talk with me about Tom and what we're doing here?" And here I am. So that's kind of like the long journey, Tom.
Oh, that is so cool. So cool. So let's just talk a little bit about what we're doing. So we are doing the iSigma On Air podcast. We're in this cool little, and you can't see it. You can maybe see a little
very
bit behind
cool.
me.
Yeah.
Right? We're in its glass studio.
I like that I can watch people eating their lunch behind you, Tom.
Right.
So
We're out in this glass studio, and right in the middle of the action. There's a store right next to us, and so there's a constant supply of people walking by, looking at us. But we're going to be interviewing over the next 3 days all sorts of people, mostly vendors, because what we believed is that a lot of people who couldn't come to the show and don't come to the show don't always get to see one of the huge benefits of coming to the show, which is talking to vendors, seeing what they're doing. We're also going to I'm going to talk to some of the speakers today. And then I'm going to talk to some members of the community that I think are doing some interesting things over the next few days. But our goal in this is just to hang out and talk to people. So if you're not here at the event, you get to somehow be a part of it at the event.
Yeah. I think that's what's so cool is that it's completely unscripted. There's no script here. It's just get people into a room just as you would if you were at the show and you sat down over a coffee and were able to have a conversation with somebody. We're trying to do that on your behalf. So we want is people to allow us, hopefully, to ask the questions that they might ask.
Right. Yeah. And we're just trying to play anybody who's watching. We're just trying to be you. We're live streaming this, which is kind of fun. We've never done that before. I'm hoping it's live streaming right now. I don't know. We're also recording it, and we'll clip it all up and make it into individual episodes going forward. But for the time being, that's what we're doing. And we just think it's going to be a really interesting adventure. One of the reasons I needed your help this year is because I'm speaking 3 times. So I just couldn't do. Last year we did it in the shred truck. I think I told you about that.
did, yes.
And and so this year again, Shred Tech is our sponsor. And instead of going in the back of the shred truck, because we're in San Diego and the shred trucks are outside.
Like,
Last year
it
they
would
were
be
in
a little hot.
It would be boiling in the back of this, and this is way nicer, anyways. So, so we're we're thankful for Shred Tech and their ability to do that. Ben is going to be in shortly.
Yep, I'm going to catch up with him in
in
about
half an hour or so.
yeah.
We're going to have a conversation with Ben, and then later on, after my next speaking engagement, I'm speaking at the executive lunch, and then after that, I'm going to be back in, and I'm going to be interviewing the 2 other keynote speakers that are speaking today, plus their keynotes tomorrow and Tuesday. And so I'm going to talk to them for a little bit, and then we'll be back tomorrow. We got a full roster tomorrow, and we believe Tuesday we'll have a full roster too. So
by the time we catch up with some people who just haven't had time to reply to grab the slots, but
Yes.
we're confident they'll go quick. But before you go, I haven't asked you questions. So what are your 3 sessions, Tom?
all right. So my first session today, I'm talking about who you need to be. But the title of my session is actually, I didn't sign up for this, which I thought was a funny session title.
I love it.
Just because I thought it was funny. But the concept I'm talking about, because the first keynote, Jay Samit today, is talking about AI and sort of the cool tools that you can use. And so I'm talking about, based on a lot of the work I do day in, day out as a coach, which is who do you have to be as a leader to live in a context of AI disrupting everything?
Yeah.
So I'm going to be talking about that. Tomorrow, I have a fascinating topic, which is I'm talking about one of the biggest challenges I see in my coaching, which is family businesses, bringing family members into the business or dealing with family members in the business. And that's going to be, I don't know if anybody will want to come to that, because frankly, I don't think anybody wants to deal with it.
It feels like it could be a little uncomfortable. Are you gonna
Literally 70% of all my coaching conversations involve some kind of complexity around family business stuff.
Wow. Yeah.
So that's Monday. And then Tuesday, this is probably the most fun one we're doing.
So this is the one I won't be able to do. I'm going to be busy,
'cause
I'm
you gotta-
sure. But
unless
this is
we can figure out a way not to have anybody in the room.
No. We can, but
But,
it's super exciting.
So Tuesday, and this is really fun, I'm doing a vibe coding lab. And so we got this really cool thing, which is Lovable, which is one of the largest vibe coding platforms. I was able to get through to them, and they're a big publicly traded company now. They're one of the fastest growing software companies in history now. And they agreed to sponsor us for this session. They gave us 100 seats, and we get to vibe code for 2 hours, 100 people in a room making cool apps.
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
So just to make sure everybody knows, what is vibe coding, Tom?
Vibe coding is basically, it's kind of crappy language, I think. I don't like it.
Yep.
But vibing is, instead of writing software, you're kind of talking to an AI agent that's building software, and then you keep vibing with what it's doing, right? And it does something, and you go, wait a second, I don't want you to do that. I want you to go that direction. Oh, that's blue. I wanted that to be black. Oh, I wanted username and password and first name, not just, right? I wanted their first name too. And like, you just sort of chat back and forth with the tool. And Lovable is a really interesting platform. And I'm incredibly grateful that they're sponsoring a session on Tuesday. And we're going to do a 2-hour extended lab workshop, basically. And I'm not teaching anything. I'm literally going to get up at the front of the room and say, here's your login code. And then I'm going to teach people how to think about constructing an initial idea of what they want to happen. So sort of structurally how to think about that.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go. And people are just going to start vibe coding, which is going to be really cool.
So how did you get into vibe coding? Or why did you suddenly decide to start doing this?
Well, about 18 months ago, I just went, everybody's talking about AI, and I've always been a dabbler and stuff.
Yep.
But, I'm an executive coach. But I started hearing, and my clients are going, what do we do with AI? How do we deal with AI? And I went, if I'm going to have conversations with people about AI, I need to understand it. And so I started first with, when ChatGPT, the very, very first version came out, I was working on that. But then I started going, there's more to this than chat. I have to figure out what's behind chat, because chat's cool, but chat's not the secret.
No.
And so from there, I went, let's try this. And so as of today, I think I've built 30 pieces of software.
And we're actually using one of the pieces of software to manage this entire schedule.
Yeah, I built a piece of software for this event. Now, it's already blowing up today. And so one of the challenges with making software is you got to then manage the stupid stuff. And today we had somebody come in and say, well, you've sent me 13 reminders today. Yeah. And I went, well, how does it know to do that? I didn't tell it to do that.
It's persistent.
So in the cracks, I'm opening my laptop and going, hey, why is this sending so many reminders? And apparently it fixed it. I don't know.
I don't know, but
I don't know, because I haven't seen anybody, and I think anybody who's coming on the podcast will be pretty angry soon.
But they won't be angry. But I think it's very cool that things that you might have to have gone out and bought tools for in the past and paid subscription fees, you actually were able to build something very specific to do a specific task.
Yes.
So you knew what you wanted, you knew what to get, and you were able to literally build software to do that.
Correct.
On your own.
Yeah. And I don't code. And that's what I'm trying, because what I see is so many people are stuck in ChatGPT or one of the others, Claude or Gemini or whatever. But what they're doing is they're missing the sort of super engine behind the capabilities now, which chat gives you the interface and it gives you the sense that this thing has big capacity. But what I started realizing is, when you deconstruct a problem you have in your business, a very specific problem. For instance, last year when I did the podcast, I did 44 interviews last year. And I had it all on spreadsheets. And I couldn't remember. How do I remind people? So this one I built in, they choose their slot on the calendar. They confirm that they got it. And then 24 hours before, they get a notification that, hey, you've got an interview
They're
tomorrow.
getting more than one, Tom.
Oh, apparently they've gotten 13 this morning. And if they put their cell phone in, they're getting SMS messages.
Oh, yeah.
And apparently they're getting a lot of those.
Yeah,
so,
they might not have slept.
Right. They might be calling me a spammer soon. But anyways, that's, So I'm going to, what my goal is tomorrow is to try and get people to think of the smallest problem that's recurring for themselves.
Yeah, something repeatable.
Something repeatable, but small enough, not try and conquer the world. Conquer this one thing that becomes sort of a recurring requirement, an issue, a challenge that you go, oh, do I have to do that again? Or, and I'm going to show them a piece of software I built as an example of that. And then we're going to go and see what happens.
I think it's so cool that you saw a problem that, as you were, I call you the CEO whisperer. So as you were whispering with doing your exec coaching, you saw a problem. You've gone deep into that problem. You've really got behind. They have got businesses, their own businesses to run. Not that you don't, but they've got their own businesses to run. They don't have necessarily time to do that.
Yep.
You've been able to get there, structure it all out now, and now you're able to share that in real time.
Real time.
That is just going to be an awesome, awesome session.
So it's going to be exciting. So, but I'm really grateful that we get to do this together. Thank you for joining me on this this little experiment. We did it last year, but this year I just feel like it's going to be a lot of fun. Just co-opting this with you.
Well, for me, the fascinating part is I say it's 2017. I was shocked at how long, but 2017 since I've really left the industry, and I kind of the nature of how busy I was. It really was like a guillotine cut. I just had no time to be dealing with coattails and all. So I was gone.
Yeah,
there's a lot happened in 9-10 years. COVID,
a lot.
AI. I mean, a lot of consolidation in the industry. So for me, this is just going to be just a wonderful opportunity to listen to people and ask them questions, just understand what has changed. But then more importantly, where do they think the industry is going?
Right.
Because it is not standing still, and everything's accelerating, if anything.
Everything is. So, well, delighted to do this with you. Delighted to, if you're watching us right here and now, if you're watching us right in there.
Oh, there.
Yeah. Then, we're excited to share this with you over the next few days. And
And if you haven't got reminders because you haven't signed up and you're here at the show, get on the app. It's go with the link.
well, we don't want the wrong people. We don't
Oh,
want
that's
people who aren't here.
No,
so
no,
I
no,
don't want to give them. I don't want to give away because I don't want like bogus people who are watching our YouTube
you mean your
feed.
app can't?
My
plug-
mother, I will tell you, my mother will fill up your
Oh, I
dance
would
card.
love to interview your mother.
Yes,
Oh,
your mother, my
goodness.
mother will interview, and she'll just because of course she watches everything I do.
Yeah.
because she's my mother.
Yeah, of course. She should.
And so, and she's just crazy enough that she'd book the rest of the day. So we're not going to give away the actual link
To book. I got you.
because we don't want the wrong
I'm
people.
glad you were here
being-
because if I'd broadcast that, you'd have been. Ian, what
I'd
the
have
heck
to
did
kill
you just
I'd have
do?
to kill you. My mother is now. She doesn't. She lives in Canada. She's not going to be here, but she will fill up the dance
You
card.
should be here, Mom. Come on.
All right,
All right,
people.
well,
We will see you in the next couple of days, and we'll talk soon.
Well, look soon. Take care. center in the camera here. Look at this. So we are, yeah, the hard bit is for you to not look at that. So you want to do that. Yeah, this is why I said to Tom, I want this so I can lean forward and ignore all of this, because that's the thing I really want to do. Yeah, these are pretty good. I say you don't want to stare at them. I think we've got used to having cameras staring at us with all the Zoom meetings now, haven't we? Most people are completely over that. It used to be a time when if you were recorded or videoed, you'd be like, oh, no, I need to think about this. Now it's like, yeah, fine.
I spent a lot of the first years of my career in front of the camera, though.
Oh, you did?
I have probably 60 YouTube videos. So
Oh, really? Wow.
I actually teach people how to grill.
Really?
Part of the job was
Wait.
created a marketing role, which was culinary director, but it was a marketing role. And education was where I did.
Where you were? We might get onto that. Well, we only got 15 minutes, but we'll see where we go. So what I'm going to do is just in a moment. Now we've got you here. We'll go. Should be me. We go to auto. What auto will do will just, when you're talking, it'll swap the cameras.
So as soon as I start talking,
You're up there. That's it. All right, and we'll record. Well, welcome back, everybody, to the iSigma Live podcast today, or in this podcast session. I'm joined by Ben Street. Ben, thanks for being here with us.
Thanks for having me on the show.
Yeah, and first thing I have to do is, and then I'm going to ask you to tell us a little bit about you and a little about the company. But the first thing is say a huge thank you, because most people probably don't know that the reason we have this live podcast is largely because of you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a great, insightful teaching tool. It's a great add-on piece for the conference as well, and it is definitely our pleasure to sponsor the podcast. A lot less work in this beautiful room this year compared to the booth that we built in the back of a truck last year.
Yeah, I was actually looking forward to the shred truck until I realized that the weather was going to be 80, 90 degrees.
Yeah, we would have melted in that for sure. and we are the manual labor to set up the booth, so this is much more cozy. We've got nice furniture,
nice,
fantastic decor, and we're in this silent room in the middle of the noisy lobby in the hotel.
Yeah, it couldn't be better, could it? No. So tell us a little bit about yourself and a little bit about the company, and then I've got a few questions. I'd love to learn a little bit about why you're here.
Well, for those who don't know, I'm Ben Street. I'm the director of sales and marketing at Shred Tech, and I've been with the company now since 23. Okay. And since I came on board, everything around the iSigma organization, the incredible people that are part of this group, it's been something that I've gravitated towards. So to get involved and to get deeper into it, more engaged with the members, it's a great community, fantastic.
get the camera onto you there, Ben. There we go. That was not wasn't doing that correctly, but that's okay. So being here now, what is the primary? I mean, obviously you're exhibiting, but there's you're also doing a session, and to me that's probably one of the more interesting parts for if I was coming to the show to hear a little bit about that session. So tell me a little bit about that.
Well, so professionally, I'm a marketer. So what I'm looking for is how do we tailor the product? How do we tailor the story for the product to the needs of the consumer, the end user? And in our case, it's all of the operators, all of the members that are part of the iSigma group. So the way that I look at it is by getting more involved, by getting deeper into it, presentation this year, to be able to listen, learn, iterate, say the right thing the right way. It gives me a little bit more insight into those businesses, and it helps us kind of change the product and the story, the services that we offer.
So
at
just to,
TredTech as well.
for anybody who may be quite new to the industry, what is the certification? You use the CSDS
Yes.
Acronym. So can you tell us a little bit more about that?
So it's a certified secure destruction specialist, and essentially the focus on it is all of the end of life for any type of data. It doesn't have to be the most sensitive. It's more, we're not talking about secret and top secret. Those are part of it. But it's any of the personally identifiable information, health information that you've got, financial information that you have as a business. There is a reasonable way that you have to dispose of it. The disposition at its end of life is required legally. And the CSDS is more of I'm going to call it an expertise program. We'll get into it more in the session, but you're demonstrating that you've got knowledge, deep knowledge in this, and that you're going to continue to grow with it. You don't just take the test the first time and it's over. You have to stay up on your certification, learn new things, participate. There's a lot of CEUs, continuing education units, that you can get to keep growing. But the idea is you get it, and then you build upon it, and then you can use that within your company or with others to kind of encourage and grow.
Yeah. So I think the continuing education to me is one of the really most important parts of it, because things keep changing. You want to make sure, one, that you're staying on top of things, but secondly, that you're adapting to those changes.
Yeah, and the industry is constantly changing, and some of the changes are things that you wouldn't normally consider. One of the parts that I'm going to go through in the session tomorrow is that your customer isn't immortal. They're not professionally immortal. They're not going to stay in the industry forever. Yeah. If you sold them on compliance in 2008, the average tenure of an employee, they turn over every 4 years.
Yeah.
So it's, you're 4 to 5 humans ago. Did they really pass that down? Was that tribal knowledge? Were the consequences for poor compliance tribal knowledge that was passed down throughout that company? And I'd suggest it's not. If you were to look at big businesses, anyone who's going to be on Wall Street, they have job titles that are going to be associated with staying compliant. You're going to have a chief information security officer. Well, okay, that is their job. They need to understand it just as well as we do. But then go down Main Street. Does the president, does the operations manager, does the VP of finance, do they really have the background of that, the understanding? Because the rules don't change just because you're in a different business. If you have any sensitive information, you are required to handle it appropriately, reasonably, and dispose of it the same way. Yeah. So the cautionary piece of it is, I think for a lot of companies that our members deal with, they are viewed as a waste collection service, not as compliance specialists. So there's education in there that through the CSDS program, you can have a knowledgeable person on staff that can look at compliance as more than just what happens at the pickup. It's a lot of before that. And
as you say, so I think I worked in a large organization, so everything we did, I'd have to chat with compliance. There was regulatory compliance for a ton of different things. Right. But I would imagine, again, the smaller businesses or smaller companies that you may be dealing with, they need quite a lot of education as to why this is important. Because if they haven't had an incident, it doesn't feel important to them.
Yeah, and there's as humans, when we go through extended periods of safety, and there are more breaches, breaches always go up, the number of breaches go up. I think the IBM report in 25 looked at 600 different companies, and the average cost of a breach right now is $4.3 million. So the consequences aren't small. But for most companies, the consequences are far away. And you perceive safety when it doesn't come for you, and you don't have that breach happening to you right now. It doesn't mean that it's more safe. And to be honest, if you look at what's going through almost every office right now, the only thing that you print right now is sensitive. These are documents with at very simplest customer information, signed purchase orders, something that actually needs to be disposed of appropriately in a way that it's going to go through the right final disposition.
Yeah, I so many people who print contracts and these types of documents to read them. They do the digital signing so that part of the digital world exists.
Yeah.
But there's still that hard copy document now
Yeah, of
sitting
course.
around on their desk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're going to have markups, and these have to pass through the business. There are, I would say that very few people are printing unimportant stuff. They are printing the important stuff. And then, don't even get me started on digital. IT departments, if the person in charge of your IT security is basically just an IT generalist or a systems admin, their focus is on keeping laptops running on people's desks. The giant stack of laptops in the IT department that are loaded with information that should be going through some sort of end-of-life sanitation or destruction, it's just building up.
Yeah.
So what? We have a semi-locked office for the IT person who's sitting on terabytes of anything that's important, and the volume is so much higher.
I have seen those piles when I've gone in to swap my laptop at a corporate, and then they're stacked up literally almost to the ceiling, and they go get a new one, they take yours, and they just pop it on the top of the old stack.
And they look at it and they say, well, I'll get to that one day. This is something I have to clean up. I don't think they look at it and see, look at the risk I'm taking.
Yeah.
Each one of these machines could contain something that's so sensitive that it could be financially detrimental. Of all of the breaches that happened in the 25 IBM report, the average number of days it took to pay that off as a business was 100 days.
Wow.
So you've got 100 days of, this is a financial problem for us. This is impacting our performance. That's not a small consequence. And most IT people look at it like, I'm trying to stay afloat. I have people to keep working on digital devices. They're not looking at it as a compliance piece.
So how does the certification really help an operator who now they get certified? How does it help them to now go and educate their customers so they can try to get programs in place rather than, as you say, dealing with it when it's a problem?
Well, if you look at a lot of the member organizations, they're smaller businesses. So you're going to have someone who's probably the owner, who's the most senior and experienced person, who understands certification very well and has been in the industry long enough to know all of that. Imagine the responsibility of, you're the only one. You're the only one who understands the importance of compliance and how to apply it. So then you're relying on your audit to be your sanity check. And if it's just what you're seeing in the business that's keeping you compliant, the audit's going to have findings. So if you have a second set of eyes, they can look at it. I think immediately that's something within your own business where you can say, someone's checking my work. Someone's making sure that all of these steps in the chain of custody we're following, because they're going back through and looking at it with a separate set of eyes. So I think immediately that right there is a key reason to do it. But the number one would be just credibility. Customers are coming to you not to tell you what you have to do to make sure that they're compliant. You're there to make those recommendations. In a lot of cases, our customers, and it'll even make it to us because those email chains tend to come back to ShredTech, they will go to the internet. The internet will tell them that the most indexed size of paper that you need to shred to is 1x5. And it'll come back to us of, hey, we need to shred paper to dust. Well, what's the application? Well, it's going to be its tax documents. Well, okay, so in the IRS documentation, it says NAID AAA is equivalent to the NSA standard. So if you work with a compliant company that is appropriately using their NAID AAA status in a chain of custody, it's just as safe as, according to the IRS.
Yeah.
That's an important distinction. So you could look at it like, well, my customer told me exactly what I needed, but they may just be telling you that based on what they've read or heard or interpreted.
Oh, and even worse now with the AI chat bots.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's all it's doing is it's looking at volume of information, the most visited pages, and it says, well, this must be the right answer because it indexes at the top. It's not. In most cases, it's not. So it is I think another big use for it is it's the confidence to say, this is the right way to do it, or at least to have the people to reach out to. There's the CSDS committee that anyone can go to and try to get some clarification just build off of their experience. They've probably run into a similar contract that has to be fulfilled in the past. They can make recommendations on, no, don't do this, or here's someone that you can talk to within that organization that can give you confidence.
Yeah.
Because that's all the client's looking for in the end. They just want confidence that you're doing it right, because they're trying to avoid the breach and the cost that comes with it.
I think I mentioned when we were chatting before the podcast, but I've actually been on the wrong side of 2 breaches. So it is. I just tell people it is painful.
Yeah.
You need to listen. You need to become compliant and do it right, because you don't want to be on that the other side of it.
And it's so easy now in a very, very digital age. And the weakest link in any, I mean, safety is a very similar thing to compliance. The weakest link is always the humans. When you're looking at, we make big shredding machines, so safety is one of the things that we integrate directly into it. We put as many interlocks and safeties in place to be there when humans cut corners, but humans always cut corners.
Always cut corners. Yeah.
I think if you were to look at the majority of data breaches of, instances where a company would probably fail on a security audit, it's going to be human weakness, human weakness, human weakness.
Pretty much every time, isn't it? Every time. So if somebody who's not at the show, because if they're at the show, obviously they can come to your session and they can learn more about it and come and find you. If they're not at the show, where would they go to learn about getting information to become certified?
Well, to reach out to anyone within the iSigma organization, they're great teachers and they can give you incredible guidance. The website's loaded with information on the program itself. For conference attendees, all of the presentation decks are available to them afterwards. So after I give this presentation, they can go back through and use any of the information that's in it. But for anyone who's not here, I would personally reach out to any of the members of the iSigma team, and then they would just point you in the right direction to get information on it.
Perfect. Because it's always, again, I've been out of the industry so long, things have changed to where you can find information. That's good. Now we're getting close on into time, but I'm not letting you go because I heard a rumor that you have something called a firearms truck. Did I hear that
Yes.
correct?
Yeah. So
I had to learn about this.
we got into a fairly special project last year with a organization that's based in Nevada, and their challenge was the way that the firearms destruction is presently happening in the U.S. It's too easy to take partially broken guns and then build what's called a ghost gun out of the remaining usable parts. So their envisionment on this was not anymore. We will destroy that thing completely, down to very small chunks of firearms. And they came to us and we said, yeah, we'll take on that challenge. We're a custom manufacturing shop for recycling solutions. So when we see something like that, we know the material application and how to take care of it. This is just tough metal. We shred that all the time. And then we want to get it into basically a vehicle where it's discreet and incredibly safe. So the firearms truck is essentially a large, very large shredder that lives inside of about the maximum size of straight truck that you can get. And it's subtle. It looks like a big box truck as it goes down the road. But when it gets on site, it is a very safe mailbox-style feed destruction vehicle for firearms. So you basically go directly to the law enforcement agencies rather than them coming to you with a convoy. They have to have usually a vehicle that is moving the firearms to the destruction facility, and then officers that are attending as well for security. So that has a cost. But instead, you go to them. They verified, and it's just like everything else in the compliance industry. You've verified what you've given me. I've destroyed it. We verified the contents in the back, and we can review it directly in the truck. And now it's just scrap metal.
It's incredible. I didn't even think about it. I've seen the when they do the parking lot, people bring, they find somebody's passed away in the family, and they find a stack of firearms. And what do I do with this? So I've seen them handed in. I'd never really thought about what happens to them after that.
Well, and the large volume of firearms that end up being used. So if it's used in a crime, it can't be resold. It has to be destroyed.
Has to be destroyed.
And destruction it's costly, and it's inconsistent across the U.S.
Yeah, it's a fantastic new opportunity as well for people to do something that is very specific, but it's definitely needed in this day and age.
Yeah, so we have the first one out there now, and it's going directly into service. A fantastic project for the team. I think it was a huge morale boost for everybody at ShredTech to be able to work on it. What a neat project.
What an amazing piece of
it's powerful and
Yeah. Quite a bit of innovation as well, because I'm sure you couldn't just take your standard equipment and put it in.
And there was a lot of consultation. So we worked with local law enforcement near our facility to give us a lot of feedback on a lot of their concerns. And you learn things of how they want to interact with the machine. Because in a lot of cases, they would rather that they're doing the physical handling to put it in. And that was a teaching piece for us.
Yeah. Well, again, back to you mentioned earlier about safety.
Yeah.
Now you've got people that you haven't trained using the equipment.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
And we want to keep it. We want to keep it as simple as possible. The best safety is the safety that you don't know is keeping you safe. And then, of course, we have a lot of training, and there's going to be training with this piece, of course. But yeah,
I can't. And that truck is here.
So presently, it's in Nevada.
Is it Nevada?
We were on the fence about asking because we wanted to ensure that we delivered to the customer in a reasonable time so they could just get right to work with it. In hindsight, I should have asked them, "Can we please?
Can we just borrow it?
It's giant. It's way bigger than trucks in the lot."
And it's very, very cool. Very cool technology. That's wonderful. Ben, I hope you have an incredible show. Thank you for taking a little bit of time out of your busy schedule to chat to everyone. And I look forward to catching you on the show floor.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'm really looking forward to the next several days here, and this is a great way to kick it off.
Yeah, and if anybody sees you walking around, I assume just come and grab you, come and chat to you. You'd love to meet. That's one of the primary purposes for being here.
Who's going to watch this, who if you see me around at the conference, I'm happy to talk on any number of subjects. So
wonderful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking the time. And again, thank you for being the major sponsor of the podcast.
Well, thank you.
Take care.
Yeah.
just have a look here. We can.
This is cool. Did you guys do this last year?
They did. I didn't. So I'm just here helping. There we go. So if you scoot over a little bit, we can get you. We can definitely get you both in.
Let me switch seats. I think this is a better angle for me.
Oh, Jesus.
So we can get you.
Oh, wait.
So you're going to be.
Here, maybe let's not.
Oh my God. Come on, figure it out.
Need to get. You two just going to need to cuddle up. There we go. You can see it, so you can see if you lean in. So just a couple of tips. The camera should. I'm still learning the equipment. The camera should, when you're talking, flick to you to the main screen. If it doesn't, it just means you're not close enough to the microphone. So it means you're a little quiet, and so it might still be picking up from me. So if you notice that, if you see me do this, that's all I'm telling you. It's going to get a little bit closer to the microphone. So here it is. So it's very easy for you because you can hand it back and forth. The most important thing I say is this is just a conversation. So. That, if you like.
Okay.
If you
Yeah,
like.
I'm not used to be like,
Hey, everybody. All right, then we can put this on auto. And then I can record so people can watch this a little bit later because all the people can't come along. So, hey, welcome back, everybody, to this iSigma Live podcast. I'm joined in this session by Ava DuPont and Brian Corrente. Did I say that correct? Sure did. Look at that, Infinity HR. Thank you both for joining me.
Thanks for having us. We're excited to be here.
So tell me a little bit about Infinity HR. I've been out of the industry a long time. I've not heard of you guys, so I apologize. Mm-hmm. So this is a great chance for me to learn more what you do.
Yes. So Infinity HR, we are a PEO. That stands for Professional Employer Organization. We are a PEO essentially is a company that does payroll, taxes, full HR, full workers' comp, safety programs, for Fortune 500 health benefits, all the voluntary benefits. And what's really cool is we've got about 80,000 worksite employees in our pool.
Wow.
So it allows small and medium-sized companies to join our pool and really kind of have an all-in-one stop to take care of a lot of these services that are required for their industry. And we've been around for about 17 years. I live in Northern California. Brian's out of Colorado. But our corporate's based out of Columbia, Maryland, and we
Okay.
are based in we do cover all 50 states.
Okay, so U.S. based primarily then? Yeah?
Correct. U.S. based. Our support teams all U.S. based as well.
That's good. So why would somebody use an organization like yourself? Because it sounds like they have to take their employees. Are they still employed by the company, or do you take them on and they're employed by you? How does all that work?
That's a great question. It's actually called co-employment.
Okay.
So they've got full control over their employees from pre-hire to fire, retire. The reason why people are looking more at the PEO model is because by coming on board with us, we're taking a lot of the liability off of their plate from a compliance standpoint. But they've got full control. We're really just taking over the compliance pieces and giving them guidance and supporting with not only like recruiting or hiring, but if they have to terminate someone, or there's always recent changes in state and federal labor laws that are changing. Most of my shredding companies or different verticals we work with, they're so busy running their organization, their corporation, that they don't, a lot of times things slip through the cracks and it opens themselves up for exposure.
So can you give me a real example of a compliance where a kind of a sole operator could have a problem? Something concrete that maybe you've seen? Because I always think real examples are fun as case studies to learn from.
Oh my God, it's endless. And
So
then I'm
many?
gonna pass it over to Brian. I'm sure he has a few. But a couple of that have come up for my shredding companies that I work for specifically. I have shredding companies that operate in multiple states, and they have to file with the states for unemployment, things like that, make sure they're registered correctly. And sometimes they miss it. The other thing is terminating someone. They're not quite sure how to terminate someone, wrongful termination, retaliation. Also, sometimes if you have to terminate somebody, when to cut the check, how to cut the check. What else?
Yeah, there's a lot, and every state operates a little bit differently, and so that's why, especially for organizations that have employees in other states, especially in the virtual world that we're in now, it's important to have a grasp on the compliance for each of those states that you're employing people. So that's one of the aspects and one of the reasons why companies look at a PEO, so they can sort of offload that onto us. That's what we do. That's the administrative support that we provide. But I think our biggest goal is to allow an entrepreneur or small business owner to worry about their business, grow your revenue, achieve your goals, and we partner on the back end to sort of reduce the administrative burdens and just allow them to not just save time, but save money, but save time, right? And so the compliance aspect and the administrative relief that we provide is just one of the core services I think that we're looking to offer.
Yeah, and I mean that's fantastic for the operator. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to work, run my own business, work for a small private company, and then work for multinationals, huge multinationals who have huge HR departments. That took care of all of that for me. So they were doing what you're able to offer for that smaller company then.
Yeah, and to that note too, one of the coolest things I always talk about, probably several times, is that we compete with those big, those big giant companies that are out there that everyone knows their names. They're big payroll companies, and one of, I think, our selling points and one of the reasons why I love working for Infinity is that we're a privately owned company, and we've been around 18 years, but we don't have 9 layers of management. We don't have a board of shareholders that sort of muddy the water a lot of the times and complicate things, and so we can be very flexible and understanding, and it's just something that it's great to work for a company that has that culture, and it goes right to our clients.
It's definitely nice in the private company environment, isn't it? So for an operator, I see all those benefits now. I take all that compliance burden off my shoulders. I've got an advisor when I have an issue, maybe it's a termination or something. If I've got staff across the country, I don't have to worry about the different jurisdictions and understanding all that. We all know California law, for example, can be very interesting.
Very tricky.
Yeah, and but what about for the employee? So when an operator turns around and says, "Hey, this is what's going on. I got the acronym, the PEO. Sorry, I've learned the acronym. So we're going to be working with the PEO." I could imagine a lot of the employees at first might be very nervous about that. What's going on? Is my contract changing? And so, tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so it's a pretty smooth process. The employees don't often really know that they're with a PEO. Again, they're still your employees, and we don't take that away. And ultimately, what we kind of do is the back end stuff. So we're working with the administrators, the controllers, the C levels maybe. But the employees, it's business as usual, and they don't know. They don't need to really know. But there's no difference in their day-to-day jobs. I think maybe the only difference would be some of the benefits that they're receiving, like their medical, their dental, their 401k, some of that stuff. A lot of that stuff is administered through us, and in doing so, they're getting better options.
That's what
which is a huge point.
Yeah.
I was just going to add, so a lot of the clients we deal with, some of them do have long-term employees, and they're very concerned about what they're going to think.
Yeah.
They don't want them to leave. So we have this conversation with them, and we talk about it. Like we develop a relationship with the clients. They have our cell phone numbers, and they're like, "What are we going to do
private
here?"
company, yeah.
And I think that's another differentiator with us. We want them to text us and call us and email. We want them to feel comfortable. But what I tell them is that, look, you told me this is what your key things were. A lot of times they're looking at us so they can help the employees. They want to offer an employee assistance program.
Yeah.
They want to put in that 401k.
Okay.
They want to talk about, do they want to do profit sharing? Do they want to match? But the big thing is health benefits. A lot of this industry, some offer benefits, but a lot don't. So they'll say, we don't want them to freak out about us switching companies. Yeah. So we talk about word tracks and reasonings as to, hey, look, your top 25% of employees have been asking for a 401k. They've been asking for this to be covered with health benefits. That's why you're transitioning to us. So we also have employee hotlines, helplines to walk them through, make them feel comfortable. So I think that's a great question, because ultimately, I think the hardest part is finding the right employees, but then how do you retain them? You retain them by, having a really great culture where they want to stay. They want to be able to take care of not only themselves, but their family. And, so many people here, they have their wives, they have their kids. And that's one of the big things that a PEO allows them to do.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of like what I was thinking, is that from an employee standpoint, things like health benefits, which are just, I think mine went up 22% this year.
Oh, yeah.
They're just skyrocketing up. It's like, how can you offer that to your employees when you've got, if you're a small business, you may only have 7 or 10 or 15. You don't get the benefit of the numbers, which you can then bring to that party.
Yeah. I think the other thing that's really great is I'm working with one of the shredding companies now, and we're really diving in deep. He's like, well, I've been with the same doctor for 25 years. I want to make sure that your health plans have my doctor. So we even go a step further and we have a doc find process, because we want to make sure their local hospitals are on our plans. Are there doctors on our plans? Because we're not here to disrupt things. We're really just here to streamline it, help them save a little bit of money, and really make sure it works for them.
That's really getting into the detail, though, of knowing your customer to make sure that you're responding for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excuse me. So if a company now, so let's say I was running my own company and I've got that 7-10 employees, and I wanted to think about this, what typically is the steps that they would go through? I think reach out, obviously, but what would you go through? How long would it typically take for this transition to take place?
I'll pass it back to you in a minute, but I think the big thing is it depends on when their current health insurance renews,
Yep.
what is their timeline? It doesn't really matter to us. So Infinity only hires people with 10 plus years experience. So it's not a rush. It's more like, what's going on with you? What's important to you? I know you want to talk a little bit about.
I think that's a great question, because a lot of clients come to us and they have multiple sort of triggers that are the reason as to why they're coming to us. And a lot of it does revolve around their medical plans. So when do their medical plans renew? Although it does not matter, it doesn't have to. Yes, yeah, or if they don't offer, maybe they want to offer medical, or maybe it's their workers' comp plan. There's a number of different sort of triggers that bring the client to us. But the benefit, really, it doesn't matter to us. Your example was you have a small business, 7 to 10 employees. Unlike almost any PEO that's out there, Infinity does not have any restrictions whatsoever. And there's always a size requirement. You got to have 7 to 10 usually is about that number. And then when you offer medical, pretty much a lot of the PEOs require a certain amount of participation. So they need to have a certain amount of lives on that plan. And again, with Infinity, there's no size requirement. There's no medical participation requirement. We can take 1 out of 50 employees that want, if that's what it is, no problem. And we can put them on our master United Healthcare plans, which are nationwide options, which you just simply can't get otherwise. So it's really cool. It makes us a great, unique option in the market. And then, sometimes they don't want to offer medical, or maybe workers' comp is tricky, or maybe, 401k, whatever it is. We can kind of carve things out and sort of customize, a custom option for them. So it does not have to be a comprehensive package. Although it certainly can be, but it makes us unique.
Yeah, but they could grow with you. So it might be just the benefits is where they start, and then they can grow as it feels, fit and necessary in order to, as you say, as I think you mentioned at the beginning, which is they need to concentrate on growing their business,
exactly,
not get wrapped up in all these compliance issues and everything. Another thing, another benefit that's just come into my mind is I had a very large workforce, and retention of staff is so hard. And so again, being able to now offer programs where you can compete, where a member of staff might be looking at a different company, you can now offer, or an organization working with you could now offer these benefits, 401k plans. Which now makes them much more attractive in the employment market.
Yeah, in our industry, we always say attract and retain, and these are tools that an employer will use to attract the best talent out there and retain your talent, so you can grow. And that's certainly, and that's why companies offer these things, right? Is so they can provide for their employees and make it a good marketplace for them to work and make a living and grow their family. So absolutely.
Otherwise, they're not competitive. They're not. I had 2 clients I met with last week, and they said that their employees had children that were going through some issues, and they really needed some additional support with counseling and things like that.
Yep.
And I said, well, don't you have an employee assistance program? How do you currently do that? You can get that through your health insurance. You can get it through employee assistance programs. And she goes, we don't have any of that.
Wow.
And we lost 2 of our key players. So everybody's so different, but when you lose some of your key employees, that hurts. And then you have to start the whole circle again of having to recruit, how to train, how to find your unemployment rates going up, so it affects your taxes. So it's so many things snowball into other components of the business. And I've done this for about 17 years, and I really feel like I make a difference with the clients that I work with, and every client's different, as to how we help them.
Yeah. Well, I really like your approach, because it means that I can kind of reach out and just explore the option. There's no pressure, learn a little bit about it. And then if I feel comfortable, maybe introduce or look at one area of my business I could move over. And then you start to build that relationship, and then you're gonna earn their trust to grow, as opposed to saying trust us with everything right from the beginning as well.
Yeah.
So what would be one thing that you think companies are not paying attention to today? It's always the kind of awkward last question. What's the one thing that you think they're not paying attention to today that you could really help them to focus on?
There's so many.
Yeah, I like it to be a tricky question.
I'll give Brian. So I do think a huge thing we can differentiate ourselves right now that people need help with is recruiting.
Recruiting. Yeah,
This industry especially has high turnover with drivers.
I can imagine.
We've got standard applicant tracking. All businesses have that, but really our differentiator is recruitment process outsourcing. It's amazing. Recruitment process outsourcing, we allow the clients to tell us exactly what's going on, where their problem is, how much turnover they're having, what are the do's and don'ts, what are the requirements, how much do they have to lift, how many hours are they sitting, where they're traveling to. And we can take that information and we can cast a broad net over 400 premium job boards. And these are the ones that you're paying top dollar to put your company in front of. And then as soon as an applicant hits that or fills out the information, our RPO division will contact them within 20 minutes, do a full online phone call with them, and filter them, which takes so much time for these business owners that they don't have. Filter them. And if they meet their criteria, they can actually schedule that interview on the Calendly link with that hiring manager or the owner of the company and really cut down time and money that's spent with that. I know you want to talk about
That's
that.
huge. No, that's
I
huge.
think you nailed it. It's a huge thing. It's something that we do. It's included in our services, and it's just a cream on, cream of the crop. Yeah, the cherry on top. That's what I'm trying to say.
Policies, handbooks, HR
microphone.
is also big. I was just going to say, and Brian can talk about this, but I think the other differentiator that I hear is this industry does not always have the proper HR infrastructure in place with policies and documentation, non-solicitations, things like that. I think you really need to try to be bulletproof as much as possible with any business. You want to add to that?
I think you did a great job.
You did it. I think you both did a great job. I'm really grateful for you, joining us. I've learned an awful lot, and like I said, I didn't know about PEO, so I've been educated, which I'm very, very happy about. I'm sure people can come and find you on the trade show floor. So if they're here, and people who couldn't make it to the show but will be either listening to the podcast or watching this later, they can reach out through the website, which is?
Absolutely. www.infinityhr.com. It's infinity with all I's. It's a little tricky. INFINITI. HR.com.
Brilliant. Eva and Brian, thank you so much for taking the time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ian. It was a pleasure.
if we can get this camera lined up because I had to reorganize it for 2 people. Looking beautiful there. Look at that. Your mom will be proud of you. That's all right. I have, again, I'm. It should be me. There I am. Hi, everybody. We're getting ready. I then get to hit auto. It should go blue. Hit record, and we're good to go. So welcome back, everybody, to the iSigma Live podcast. I'm joined now by Nick Adams. Had to get it. Oh, yeah, Adams. With Tom going through my head. So Nick Adams here from Web Vitality. Did I
Good to be with
pronounce
you,
that
Ian.
correct? How are you doing?
Good.
Tell me a little bit about. Tell me a little background about you first, because I think you've got a very interesting background around especially
Web
websites and all of that. And then, how did you come to be the owner of Web Vitality?
Yeah, I'll give you the condensed version. So, believe it or not, studio art major in college. So, graphic design, that's where I thought I was going to go.
A bit closer.
When the recession happened in 2008, I was laid off, and I said, I'll just teach myself how to build websites, and we'll just take some unemployment and see what we can do. And that really was the jump off to where I really got into digital marketing, building websites. I had a little boutique agency that I had for about 5 years. Tough to make it during the recession, but oddly,
So that was around 2008. Is that
2008, 2009.
Got you. Okay.
And then fast forward to like 2012, kind of folded up shop and answered a Craigslist ad, and it was Tom Adams, who was starting Web Vitality at the time. So I had the pleasure of going to work with Tom for 3 years, learned the business. He's, as you know, an executive coach, and just leads that into everybody that works for him. So I felt very fortunate that I got to work under him. And then left and did the corporate thing for a while. And then fast forward to about 10 years later, 2.5 years ago, he approached me and we said, he was looking to do more of the executive coaching and get out of the web business, and would I be interested in taking over? We made a deal, and here we are.
And here you are today.
Here we are.
So what has changed with Web Vitality now from when Tom had it? Obviously, you're now able to put your own kind of stamp on it, your personality. So what has really changed?
Well, what he really taught me, and what I've kind of embodied through my entire career, is that that overemphasis on the customer, right? So I think one thing that Tom did to build that business originally was always over deliver for the customer, and even when that cost us a little bit of money. And I think I've taken that into that culture into the new version of Web Vitality. But as we progress, tech progresses, I think Web Vitality is starting to pivot a little bit, where we're a marketing first shop.
Okay.
And so we market for you, but we were also really interested in getting into your operations and understanding how do we connect those dots better between marketing and your operations. Like, one thing that I talk to every day with clients is, can they tell me what their return on ad spend? Can they tell me how much of their marketing investment turned into actual dollars on the back end? And so those are some of the connection points that I think, as we evolve Web Vitality, that's where we're trying to take it.
So I think that's really interesting. So the pivot's been just from websites now really getting into the marketing for operators. Are you just in kind of this iSigma space, or do you do more broad?
We're about 80% of our client base is in the shredding and destruction and medical waste. That's where our real strategic bent is. But I actually expand that, because anybody that does a service business where you're either going out and serving customers in a defined service area, or you're locally based, that's really where the power of our marketing comes in. We're really, really good at local, like hyper-specific location-based marketing.
Yeah, 'cause I like working in a particular industry, but having spent a little bit of time outside now, you can definitely get different viewpoints if you've got that little bit of reach outside. So that 20% outside the industry, you can bleed in.
Yeah, totally. And I think I really like the way you put that, because I say our 20% grows our other 80%, because they're the challenges, right? Like, it's it's an e-commerce shop, or it's a beauty brand, or it's something that we're kind of stretching ourselves with. But through that, we learn a lot that then we reinvest back into all of our shredding clients and try and up level what we're doing for them.
Yeah. So if a client came to you now, so an operator said, "Hey, Nick, help me get started," what would that look like? What would you start doing for them?
Where's your problems at?
Yep.
Okay, so I think especially today, with AI, and I mean, there's a new tool, a new integration, a new who's-y, what's it everywhere. And I get overwhelmed, and I live and breathe this stuff. So I imagine operators would be as well. And I always say, look for your problems. Where is there friction in your business? Where is there an automation that could remove a human from the picture a little bit? And we're not saying remove people, we're saying 10x people, right? And so when you start, and so with all of this automation you can do now, when you start to think about what you're doing in your marketing and your revenue have never talked to each other, right? So they don't know the relationship between the two. And so I think the more that we can start connecting those dots, operators get better insights. There's more efficiency gain, so they're getting actual insights into their data without having to have someone do a research project for them. So I think with all of the new tech, it's about leveraging it to solve your existing problems rather than just trying to implement it everywhere.
So I got the impression from what you said there is, because it's always about solving problems, isn't it? That's the way to get value. But it was the first time because I was thinking websites and SEO, but I'm hearing there actually much earlier in the kind of the pipeline or the funnel. So are you helping people first identify where they should be, or how do they attract more revenue, more opportunities?
Oh yeah.
How they really early, because you can't build unless you know the problem you're solving.
100%. I mean, I think everything starts with your website, and then we provide a bunch of services to drive traffic to that website, either paid or organic. And I think that's 90% of what we do today. What I'm just saying is, let's start taking all of that effort and all of that investment, either you provide to a vendor or if you're doing it internally, to start understanding what we're doing. If you're setting your marketing budget every year by saying, what did we do last year?
What did we do last year? Yeah.
That's not like a good strategy, right?
No.
It's more of a gamble.
Yep.
So when I think about all of the hard work that Web Vitality does to bring good business leads to the business, it's like, Are we taking advantage of, or are we even understanding where maybe we lost that customer? Because I can bring you a bunch of traffic, but was the salesperson, did their script not work, or did they have a bad day? And so trying to also understand in that funnel,
where the drop-off
actual
is.
problem is.
Yeah, I worked in the medical device, and we worked with a digital technology. So the funnel was critical. We measured every single point of friction within the app. So it's really fascinating to hear that being applied within the industry, but right the way through the organization of how people are flowing their work.
Well, and I guess what I'm trying to say too is this is a time like no other in history where, with very little budget, and very little setup, you can make this happen. And you set it up once, and then you watch the data, right?
Yeah.
And you make decisions based on that data.
So what would be a good example of that? What would you help somebody, and I'll use the word build, but what would be a typical process that you would come in, help them so that they can do that 10x scale?
So I'll give you one that doesn't even involve automation, right? So if you have, if you and your bookkeeper sit for 30 minutes a month and say, I want to see every single deal that closed, and you're using some sort of a CRM, so you're actually tracking from that lead all the way through to close.
Yeah.
I want to see how many of those close, and I want to see what channels brought them there. Because if I can understand that, we're spending $3,000 a month in paid ads to a channel that's not performing, that's $36,000 a year we can redirect somewhere else.
Yep.
Right? That does better for
Yeah,
us.
absolutely.
And so that takes away it feels like it's working, or it feels like it's not working. Right? And you can actually understand better what's happening in your marketing. And I want that. I want my clients to question us if we're not providing the value that we said we would. And it also helps us, right? If I understand what of my leads we're sending or turning into customers, then we can augment our strategy to better fit your either local market or your unique type of service that you offer.
Yeah. So what would you do to help replace that monthly 30-minute meeting? How would you attack
CRM, I'd automate it. And a lot of modern CRMs today are tracking those revenue through to close deals. And so, that's just a report that's getting run. I think not every CRM is created equal, but that's the lifeblood of that customer lead data all sitting there. And that first party data, that all of that stuff that's sitting in there, I think that's so much marketing fodder that doesn't, it's already sitting there waiting. I have this many unconverted quotes that happened over the course of a month. Okay, well, let's hit them with an email and try and re-engage them, right? Like there's cost-effective or free things that we can do to re-engage an audience that's already given us their information.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I find that fascinating because you're also bringing then some expertise in some of the packages that people are using. In that case, a CRM. Some people will put these software packages in, but they're using just the bare minimums of that package to add a lead, and then the salesperson follows up. What was the date they followed up? But they're not really using that package fully.
Yeah. So there's that. So this is what I'm super excited about, Ian, because I think now software is changing. So the cost to build software, the availability of software. So you can start to build, when we talk about CRMs, I think of like HubSpot, Pipedrive, the big ones, Salesforce. These are the ones that the greater majority purchase. And then you got to buy a second contract with a service provider to help customize it to what you need, right?
Yeah.
But now let's build software that actually is custom fit to what you need. And I know that sounds like a crazy thing to say, but that's here.
Yeah.
And I think we can also build software now that's very hyper specific to an industry or to a need.
Yeah.
Right.
So I was chatting to Tom earlier about vibe coding. But the nice thing about this is somebody doesn't necessarily have to try to vibe code it. They've got somebody like you who does this, but you work closely with them. How does that all gel together?
So Web Vitality is starting a consultancy where we're going to go into businesses and help them solve these problems. Look, process map their entire thing and figure out where the problems are, and then come up with a plan to actually implement that. The joke I always tell about this is that the site visit and the architecture is the expensive part. the software part now as the cheaper of the three
Isn't that
items,
incredible?
which is just the most incredible thing to me.
Yeah,
You know? And I'm not talking about heavy software or like these complex systems. I'm talking about automations that just string together maybe 3 software products that you had that didn't talk to each other before. And so now we can have them talk to each other, and we can either push data. We don't have a person doing that anymore. We automate some stuff, and we give our sales teams 75% back of their time. Right?
I when I ran, people used to laugh at me in a fun way, I hope. But we had big screens up everywhere with dashboards.
Yeah.
And the dashboards were doing exactly that. They were plugged into multiple systems to bring the data back,
it all to one.
so I could see one thing of what was going on in the operation.
Yeah.
And it saved me hours and hours and hours. So I can really see how that becomes a benefit for an operator.
And I just love it because it's it's more of a one-time investment, and now you have this thing that's working for you, or it's solving these problems that forever, you had people doing.
Yeah. What's the when it comes to marketing at the moment? I don't have a big background in marketing, so I always find it a little bit of magic, because the terms like SEO and managing all of that, and then getting your website right, which you can hear 101 million ways about what's to do with your website now, and then social media, which is a complete black hole to me. How do you manage to pull those together to get a really nice coherent strategy for someone?
Every single client is unique. And I mean, even within Shredders, you got to look at the area. You have to look at the search volume for certain keywords and see what's available in that little circle that we're trying to market for.
Yeah.
I also just say, as a rule, do good business. Like, if you run a really good business and you care about your customers, and your content on your website is true to who you are, and it's authentic, that's what Google wants to see, right?
Yeah.
That's because Google doesn't make money unless people are using their search engine, right?
Yep.
And so the more authentic, or the more, authentic they can make their website and their business, the higher up the search engine they go. And I think that's the same for chat bots too. So today people are shifting from there over to these chat bots. Well, we just adapt our strategy a little bit to ensure that we get picked up by them, right? And that's just some back-end code schema stuff that
That's what I was going to ask, is that seems to be, something I'm hearing a lot about now, is you have to do SEO for the chatbots.
But if you think about it, what is a chatbot? Is just this search engine that we're asking a longer form question to.
Yeah.
And so, just to be very simplistic about it, FAQs on your website are big because now people are asking in longer form questions, right? And so if they can pull that from your website, then they'll provide that as the result,
answer,
right? But no, I think when you look at an individual client, you say, what are you going to do? I mean, budget's a concern, right? You have to understand where they're coming from an investment perspective. And then what we always try to do is be ultra honest. So if we don't believe that we're going to be able to get the penetration we need in a market, given a certain budget, we won't recommend it. And we'll tell you what you would actually need to spend. And one thing that Web Vitality tries to do is dispel some of that magic, right? Because I don't think it's magic. It's strategic things done correctly.
Yep.
And so we'll try and educate you on, whether you should do advertising now or invest in a longer term SEO program, right?
Yeah.
Or can you do both? And can we augment, so maybe it's a new company starting out. So we go heavy on paid advertising because we want to get boots in the door really quick. And then we kind of taper that down as we get traffic up, and then we start working on our SEO and getting that organic reach.
I do like the fact that it's very much tailored, because I don't think the cookie cut approach does work. And markets are different. I can imagine somebody operating here in San Diego is going to have very different marketing opportunities compared to somebody who may be not in a metropolitan area.
Yeah, and it's it's how many businesses around, who's actually searching for shredding, what are some of those long tail keywords that we can also target that are maybe don't have the search volume of some of the shorter keywords, but there's less competition there, so we can find our way in and get some traction.
That's fantastic. So what would be, I always got to ask this last, the last question as such. So what would be one thing, if operators were listening to this now, what's one thing that they should probably be focused on that maybe they're not doing, bearing in mind how things have changed?
That's a tough question. I'll just go back to what I said originally is look for the problems you have in your business first, and say, where is it that we're doing things repetitively or using a human to that really they could be used for something better? So I always like to say, like, machines are better for consistency, follow-up, and they're always on. People are better at judgment, empathy, and trust, right? And so I think, like, looking at now your organization or ecosystem, like, is that better for the robot or is that better for my people, right?
I really like that approach. And I think going back to the problem is a great thing. You know,
Yeah.
if one thing they could do, just go make sure they focus on that.
Yeah.
Nick, 15 minutes goes by really quick,
It
doesn't it?
does. Thank you so much, Ian. This was fun.
It's been really fun catching up. So people can catch you on the show floor. You have a booth here?
Yep, I have a booth 609, and then I'm actually giving a little bit of a talk on this Tuesday at 2:45.
Wonderful. Hopefully people can get there. Well,
Yeah.
good luck. Thank you for making the time to
Thank
chat
you,
with me
Ian.
this morning.
Appreciate it.
Actually, it's the afternoon now, isn't it? Good grief.
Take care.
Take care. we should be able to get you, let's get these turned on, that would help. On and on. Yeah, so there you go. And so what we can do is we can pull the table out the way and pull the chairs up. So we'll wait until he comes into the room, and then we can organize that. There for you, so you can have a look. See, that's where you got to get in. Come a little bit forward, I think, is the answer to that. But once you got two of you in, you see, we can figure it out.
Right.
It's just about there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll wait a minute. I'll let you. both in there. There you go. When whoever's speaking will come up on the large, so you can kind of use your peripheral vision. If you're speaking and I'm still up there, then you probably just need to be a little bit closer to the microphones, because the cameras will then automatically switch. Sound good? 15 minutes. It's easy. It's painless, and I'll be honest. I'm super excited to hear about everything you guys are doing. So yeah, this will be fun. All right, let me get this over to. I have to get on camera. A, wave to everybody. Okay, we are coming back on. I can hit the record button so people can capture this later. Hit the auto button. That should do the cameras, and we're good to go. So. Welcome back, everybody, to iSigma Live. We're at the podcast or in the podcasting room in the beautiful lobby here. And I'm just so excited to be joined by Sam Spaccamonte. I got it pronounced correctly, I hope. And Pritesh Sonu. who are you business partners at Octopus?
Yeah, we're co-founders of Octopus.
Co-founders. So, first of all, tell me a little bit about Octopus SaaS. What is it?
Yeah, for sure. So Octopus is it's really in a nutshell, it's a end-to-end operating system for medical waste disposal companies and paper shredding companies. So everything from customer acquisition all the way through to servicing, billing, manifesting, in best-in-class customer portal as well. So our system is an entire operating system for the industries.
So end-to-end from the CRM all the way through.
Yeah. So exactly. Yeah. Everything from customer acquisition and again, it's a step-by-step process that I've been using in my personal businesses for many years now. So I locally here in San Diego, I own San Diego Medical Waste and Shred Docs, which is a local paper shredding company.
I've
here.
seen the trucks. Yeah.
And there you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
So the goal there has always been operate with most efficiently as I possibly can. And I had an experience in building out different CRMs, everything from Salesforce and so on and so forth. I cut my teeth in websites about 10 years ago, and I started building those. And about 3 years ago, I decided I wanted to go big with something in the med waste and paper shredding industry. And at the time, my thought was, hey, I want to really build out my website so it has a national presence. So I scoured the internet trying to find somebody that can bring me to the next level as far as that skill set goes. And as luck would have it, I ran into
Pritesh, yeah.
And at first, I don't think that he realized what I was asking him for. So he spent some personal time with me, and as it kind of come together, we become friends, and our schedules were aligning. So we were, our families go to bed, and we would get up, get online, and we'd kind of start to go through the process.
Yeah.
And we became friends over about a year's period of time. And then when the idea or the opportunity, if you will, for Octopus came up, I called Pritesh and I just said, "Hey, I've got an idea." And as it turns out, I was on the side of a highway and I pulled over, so because I knew I had reception, and I just kind of soul vomited for a good half an hour, and he just said, "Let's do it."
Let's do. So did you? So your kind of relationship started when you were working the shredding operations first, not the software at that moment in time.
No. So I've been in the medical waste business for 12 years now, and paper shredding for just at 9. So I had been doing that for quite some time. I have a team that operates it here locally, and it really allowed me to try to figure out how to work more on my business rather than in my business.
Than in the business. It's really interesting to get into software. I mean, as things are changing and in an industry that's fairly mature in some ways and constantly changing, what made you make that decision as opposed to use something that's already on the shelf?
It's a great question. So, we were stuck in some operational inefficiencies where I had, adopted a routing and scheduling software, but it was disassociated from the billing, and it was and my CRM was very different, and that was all custom built out by me for me. And we just were so fragmented, and I kept on going to the marketplace, and all the same stuff was just being offered. I would talk to people and say, "Hey, does it work for you?" And some people were moving to a software that others are moving away from, and it was just this like bounce back and forth. And when we did take a look at any of them, they were older and more archaic than what I had already been going on, and there was just an incredible opportunity there. And because of my background in developing CRMs and sales processes and websites, and then when I met who I think is probably the best in the business as far as this goes, Pritesh was really able to just skyrocket our ability to create the operational processes that we want. And as it turns out, as I started operating on the software, some of the industry contacts that I have would see it, and the first thing they would say is, "Where did you buy this new software?" And I told them, "We're developing it," and virtually every single one said, "When can I get on this?"
When can I get on it?
Right.
Yeah. So did you find? Oh, go on, please.
Hey, I'd just like to add, when we ran into Sam, like when he found our company. So I've been running my company, a software development company, it's into product engineering, AI, ML engineering. And we were always building software which was more like a horizontal, and building
Okay.
products which are more horizontal kind of a SaaS, right? And then when Sam spoke about medical waste transportation and paper sharing transportation, I saw an opportunity to kind of get into vertical SaaS, getting deeper into the industry and solving a problem for the industry and not really talking about the features my product brings, but the real problems in the industry that can be solved. And that is where it was like a very easy decision for me when Sam called to say, hey, you know what? This is the industry, you know it, you are an expert. I understand technology.
See?
Let's get together,
Those two
and
things.
that's a perfect solution because with what, and that's where the industry is right now. Like you have to solve a problem where the software becomes part of your operation, right? That's the opportunity I saw. It not just create features and sell it. And with Sam's passion for the industry to solve, and he has lived with those issues over the last 10, 12 years, it was a lot easier to really understand and come up with a solution. And the partnership worked out great. And that's why you'll see that we both are very, very passionate about what we have built because we know that this solves a problem. There are companies running on it, and everybody who has seen it actually gives a rave review about what it does. I mean, we get into these conversations where people would come and say, hey, and they're just looking at the software and say, hey, what about this? What about this situation? What about this situation? And Sam has answers for everything to say, you do this, and they're like, oh my God, you have thought through everything. And everybody was like, there's no software out there which does it. And it also helped us because we were looking deeper into the industry. It also helped us to look at different bowls we can actually have in terms of putting a CRM on top or putting an invoicing and billing system to it so that the people in the industry can have a one-stop shop to say, hey, if I come to Octopus, it actually is such an intelligent system that really helps me with the whole operations. I don't really have to worry about working with 3 or 4 or 5 software and integrate that and be worried about it. So that was, I think, what really kind of, when we started the conversation and we kept building on it, like any founder, like as co-founder, we would just get a call and brainstorm ideas and say, yeah, this makes sense. And we would look into the eyes and say, yeah. And we have a lot of, I live in San Francisco, he's in San Diego.
Yeah.
So we would have a lot of virtual meetings. And sometimes he comes over, and sometimes I come over. So it kind of helps in kind of brainstorming and some being a sounding board at times and, coming up with ideas. So, but now we have a product which is a lot more than MVP. It's like a fully functional software. We have customers on it, and we are very excited to showcase that.
And when you're showcasing here.
Yes, we are.
So when, just take me back a little. So when did you start, when you pulled over on the side of the road? How long ago was that? So how long has it taken from, the suddenly this kind of light bulb moment is like, I need to build this and I've got this great business partner I could do this with, to now you're ready to launch it?
Sure. So, there's kind of two answers there. The first one is I've been cataloging specific business processes since day one. I started as I was the driver, I was the salesman, I cleaned the bathroom.
Yeah,
it was just
every hat,
right?
yeah.
I hired too late. I made a lot of mistakes along the way, but every single time I would make one, I would say, well, hey, I'm not smart enough to remember what to do in this situation. I just need to write it down. And so I write down my processes. So when I hired my first employee, I just said, this is all of the things that I do, and here's a set of instructions. And at the time, it was like legitimately just written on notepads, right?
Yeah.
And then I spent a lot of time trying to digitize that. So I've been developing every data point that Octopus winds up collecting. I've been developing that for 10 plus years. It wasn't until just in May of 24 that it just hit me like a ton of bricks what we should be doing. And I called Pratesh. Literally, it was 20 minutes after this hit me, and I said, I've got to talk to you about this. At the time, we weren't as good as friends as we are now, so we set a date And on that date is when I literally pulled over and I just soul vomited all over him on what we had
but
to
it's
do.
still only 2 years ago, so that's a lot. But one of the hardest parts of building out software is actually having all the correct user stories and the processes so that you can actually then do all the testing and everything. So you gave him this gold mine of procedures and all written down and said, "This is what I need."
Yeah, it really was, and that is the power of I tell my team it's the power of Pratesh. I've never met anybody that can understand these very complex movements, especially in med waste when you're talking about the transfer of waste between multiple transfer stations, and frankly, like different waste streams and where they wind up going, and and cradle to grave, if you will. So Pratesh he had just such a unique ability to dive into the details with me, and then his ability to run, one of the most amazing software teams I've ever experienced in my entire life was a true dream come true. And Pratesh should really talk.
Yeah. I'd love to hear about that.
Yes, I think one thing was feeling is the same for me too. When I ran to Sam, somebody who was an operator of a business and who was also very tech savvy, I came across somebody who was able to translate a lot of these into the language which the engineers could also understand. That was a great way and that actually helped us in having a good partnership. The other thing which we also realized was if we go with the traditional approach of building, this was going to be really difficult to really build out. Okay. So we went in a very fluid way where we would have a more like an agile approach to say every 2 weeks we will have something getting built out, demonstrated. And we learned along the way. We learned, oh, this is not going to work. Sam said, you know what, as an operator, I don't like something like this. Let's change it. So that fluidity actually helped us in coming up with such a robust software where we don't really have, and Sam was also behind the scene talking to a lot of people in the industry and saying, hey, I built out this particular feature, how do you like it? So to get the user feedback as we are building it was another great thing which does not usually happen when you actually work in different software build, right?
Yeah.
Usually you build it out, you take it out in the market, and
wait
then you start seeing
and
issues, and so the cycle becomes longer. In our case, we started sometime in August of 2024, and May of 2025 in the Waste Expo in Vegas, we actually demonstrated the software.
Wow.
So it was that fast. And of course, there were certain modules which are not done, like billing and invoicing, which are like critical modules for us. So we kind of kept working on it, and then we launched it in a few months post that, like actual beta launch with some of our beta testers and all. So that fluidity and having multiple Scrum teams, so we have like multiple teams which work around the clock, so that enables us to use more time within the day. So let's say about 16 hours in a day at least, we are able to utilize to move things faster. So these are a couple of things which I think helped first to get the requirements, really understand from a user standpoint, what is he really trying to kind of achieve, right? And get that translated. Plus also having that fluidity to say, yeah, I know what I'm building might actually go down the drain because it might not live up to what it needs to do, but be ready to really change that.
So many people don't do that. I mean, it's really great to hear that you kind of had a foundation with your own business, so you kind of knew how it should be run. But you're not the only input. There's other people who can provide really valuable insight, which can enrich the product. But then having that ability to then change that very, very quickly. That's really a beautiful way to develop software today, isn't it? Because you can't wait for the monolithic build to come out in 3 months' time.
Yeah, and we were able to do something unique because my team has been operating the way I need them to operate for many years. We haven't lost a driver in probably 7 years at San Diego Medical.
Wow, congratulations!
It's a true honor, real professionals. And one thing is that when I hand it to my lead tech, his name's Ben. I've already bench tested it, and I've done this tens of thousands of times. I hand it to him, and he goes out, and it is different when you're in front of a customer. You have a medical waste container, and you're trying to get signatures on a handheld, and there's so much going on, and you're trying not to be an eyesore.
Yeah.
My drivers would say, hey, we need this to be one-handed operation. We need this. And we were able to deploy that so quickly, and it was like turning a battleship into a speedboat with how quickly we can adjust fire. And then when I would understand those details and be able to convey them back to the dev team, that was the magic of Pritesh. We would, in some situations, we would go to bed with an issue and I would wake up to a solution. And then we would go and I would give it back to my guys and they would say, yes, this is exactly what I needed the whole entire time. So it's really been a dream come true.
That flow is fantastic, isn't it? Having I've fortunately had big engineering teams offshore.
Yeah.
So similar thing that I've been able to do that, and it is such a, I know what you mean. It's such a buzz to wake up in the morning and there's like, hey, go check this out, and you see it.
Follow the sun model.
Yeah, it is so cool. So one of the interesting things to me, like I told you, 15 minutes will go by. We're going to be long on this one. Okay. But the one of the things is interesting as you're pivoting now, really away from, as you say, you can get out of the business because you've got a good, solid team who've been there, a long time, that's wonderful, isn't it? So now you got to pivot into a software company, with all the support and everything. How are you seeing that different? Is that exciting? How are you thinking about scaling with that?
Yeah, it's a crazy question. I don't know if I'm totally ready to answer it, because while I have this amazing team at San Diego Medic Waste and Shred Docs, Octopus definitely has taken up most of my time.
Yeah.
To me, it's actually the most enjoyable thing I've done in a long time. I really like Med Waste. I know every detail, and it is a challenge to grow a company like that. But this is a little bit more unique because I get to use a lot of my creativity as well. And I'm not saying that there's no creativity in hazardous waste, but at the end of the day, it's more about safety and being precise, running a profitable business. At Octopus, I get to name it Octopus, or I gotta do things that I just didn't really get to do.
You can use a little bit of your artistic flair,
right?
In there.
Exactly. And it's been pretty amazing to be able to do that. And the other amazing thing is that when I think of something, Pritesh has this incredible marketing team, and I can come to them with an idea, and when they serve up a solution, it's always just a class act, and they're doing such a good job with that. And again, that's the power of my partner Pritesh here is that I get to literally come up with any wild idea that I possibly can, and he understands and figures out how to get it done, and I couldn't be more grateful as a partner to have.
You seem very lucky. Yeah.
And I would like to add one more thing. So from Sam's perspective, what I have learned from him, right, from his vision and what he's trying to do, leaving the med waste or his shredding business is not like an option. Like it's not a very happy option, but I guess the impact you can create in the industry with Octopus is going to be manyfold than what he can do as SD Med Waste and Shred Docs. And that's what I've heard him say, that, hey, the kind of impact I can create in this industry is huge, because we get deeper into the industry and we are kind of creating different channels of engaging with customers and our generators and everything else. So there's so many other different pieces to the software Octopus. I know you talked about it earlier. So we have a marketplace, we have Octo Connect. We are able to kind of make every transporter, every paper shredder like a national shredder, right? Because they can actually now work in a network of all these transporters and shredders to really work on. So the kind of impact Octopus is creating in the industry, or will create in the industry, is so huge that it's worth even to leave your baby in the case of
but that's tough, isn't it? It's very tough.
And to really, like he's spending like most of his time in Octopus, as you can imagine. Same for me. Like I have a company which I've been running for the last 7 years now, which is a software development company. And we have multiple initiatives, but Octopus is definitely consuming a lot more because we are deep into the industry now, and we want to be really be impactful, known in this area to be the guys who are really kind of the guys we work with and we operate on. So that's where we are.
Well, I see, again, I used to have a very large customer service team, 150 agents, and they were flicking through goodness knows how many screens, like 8 screens to follow something. So having everything in one package, all done, you're not trying to build third-party dashboards sitting on the top, sucking data, getting out of sync with each other or whatever, to be in one product is a huge benefit.
You know, and it's also the relationships that have really been propelling us forward, right? Like, you know, we've got Lex with Shred Tech or Scott with URisk. These are people that have really taken a few minutes and kind of seen the vision of Octopus and then taken me under their wing in the shredding industry. And it's been really incredible to see, you know, how many groups of people really enjoy themselves and do great business together. The paper shredding industry is not what my strong point was. You know, I've been mostly medical waste. And even like the ability to hear some of these folks, the way that they understand the true security of the data that they're dealing with, the industry is really headed in the right direction. You know, I look at how they're NAID certified, and it really motivates me to have a software that actually supports the initiative, right? Because it's not just a commodity. This is data security. This is something in which you don't really think about until it's been breached. Right.
I've mentioned in one of the earlier podcasts, I've been on the wrong end of this twice. You know, so I would tell people, don't be on the wrong end of it. You know, picking up the pieces, you need to think about compliance and all those ahead of time. And
absolutely. And you know, I was talking to a good buddy of mine here. I've met here and become good friends, Chad, and Chad says NAID certification is what you must have. It really is a level of professionalism that you must follow. And, you know, it's become apparent to us that we need to make sure that Octopus continues to support the narrative of data security. And that's really what our software does, is it allows a company to operate from start to finish, and it even delivers the right notifications to your customers that their data has been destroyed.
Right.
So it's good for us to really understand how the industry works at such a deeper level, so that way we can continue to grow and to support it.
Yeah. Oh, Sam, I usually end with a difficult question, but I'm not going to, because you used your creativity and you named it Octopus, and I just got to know why.
So we were. I went to San Francisco, meet with Pritesh, and we spent all day together. He brought me back to the airport, and we said, well, what are you gonna name this thing? and he's like, I don't know. What do you think? So we were talking, and he had mentioned that there's this certain parrot that was just very smart, and I was like, yeah, that's, you know, smart parrot. Okay, you know, I'm trying to think through this. And I go to my gate, and there's this random machine, and it's a fortune-telling machine of all things. And I shit you not. And it tells me, do you want a short story, a medium story, or a long story? And I'm standing in kind of like an empty terminal per se. So I picked medium story, and out spits this ticket. And of all things, it goes through this how smart this octopus was at solving problems, and I text Pritesh, and I just said, "Octopus?" ? And as it turns out, you're not going to forget it, right?
No, you're not going to forget it. That is absolutely brilliant. Do you still have the little piece of paper?
You know, we do. As a matter of fact.
You should do that.
And really, that's really what Octopus really is, because we have our central operating system, which is Octo 365, and we call that the intelligent core. You know, that's where your AI agent sits. But then we have different arms. We have OctoPay. So Pritesh and I didn't have a bolt-on solution. We actually went out and created a full payment processing. So we're payment processing internal, and the core knows what that arm and leg is doing. Same with Octo Connect, which is the ability to contract and subcontract between two Octopus users. It's a real flawless way to grow your business through contracting and subcontracting. and the intelligent core knows everything that arm's doing as well. And there's so many other arms that we have.
So the tentacles is a perfect analogy.
It
then.
really is.
I love it. I love it.
Thank you
But
for that
thank you
question.
both. And Pritesh, thanks for joining us as well, because I wasn't expecting you to come
No,
on. So-
thank you. I know I somehow got the timing wrong. So I was down here sometime earlier when you were having another podcast. So I thought maybe there's some change. So I should have checked.
No,
But yeah, like on Octopus, I'd like to add just one more thing. Eventually, we wanted to stay with the theme of intelligence because that's what we are seeing in the industry. And Octopus turned out to be a pretty smart and intelligent creature
yeah,
with multiple brains. And I'll say, yeah, here it is.
it just worked out perfectly. Well, it's fantastic that you're here with it, able to see it. So I'm going to make sure I come along and take a look. I encourage anybody here at the show to come down. What's your booth number? 715. Pritesh nearly paused there, but so on booth 715. If anybody else is watching or listening to this later on and wasn't able to go to the show, what's the best way to get hold of you?
Yeah,
Octopus.com.
OctopusSaaS.
OctopusSaaS.com, and it has all the information. Can submit a
Perfect.
form. You can call a number. Everything.
And they tell you, wonderful. Well, look, thank you so much for joining me. Most of these conversations are, we just go down rabbit holes, which is fun, and I think we could go down a lot of rabbit holes, or maybe down a lot of tentacles. Thanks for joining me.
this is your microphone. Okay. I want to make sure we're seeing me okay. We're seeing me okay. And
This is a whole lot easier than last year, isn't it?
it's a whole lot easier. Oh, last year was
I didn't realize it was such a pain until
last year was really hard. I struggled last year. I was so tired because it was
a lot.
It was a lot, and you couldn't hear well, and there was a lot of, there's a lot of people moving around, but like you just kind of get stuck in your own head. So, so yeah, we're only going for 20 minutes. Just talk about the, what we're seeing, what we're learning, all that kind of stuff. So, all right. And just remember to keep the, up close to your lips.
Okay.
And we try to make sure we got red to match your.
Okay.
I've turned the machine on. Now I'm forgetting where my notes are. I had notes, so I know I can talk without you.
Oh, yeah.
I'm supposed to. I built an app to do stuff, and I didn't do anything with it. All right, here we go. Even that presentation was supposed to work at the back, and they got somehow it was an old one. It was just, and my app tool is firing emails to everybody 100 times, which was hilarious. Just so funny. Here we go. All right, here we go. I got to check you in. That's apparently what I'm supposed to do. Whatever that means, I got to check you in because I set this really cool thing up to check you in, and now I'm checking you in. Here we go. Check in. Rick Jackson officially checked in. Rick Jackson, welcome to iSigma on Air. I'm glad you're here.
Oh, wow. I'm so happy to be here, Tom. I am so excited about this year's conference. It's hard to hold it all in.
Yeah, well, I think what's interesting to me is you and I had this sort of at the start of the conference conversation last year in the shred truck.
Uh-huh.
And what's interesting to me is this is your second kick at the can heading off a conference. So you've been at this for like almost 20 months, right?
20 months, yes, sir.
Yeah. So tell me what kind of has been really exciting to you about this year? For some reason, like when you have this much runway to be the president of the association, coming into this one, what particularly excited you about this event?
Well, first of all, welcome to San Diego.
Yeah.
Number one, first time I've ever been to San Diego in
Really?
my life. I love it, but what a great venue. The views, the excitement as people are coming in, they're in awe. They're excited about coming this year.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of great sessions. There's been a lot of planning. The staff at iSigma has put a lot of work into it. The committees, the event committees, everyone is just. It is just something that for the past year I've been seeing it build.
Yeah.
And it's just exciting to be here. It really is.
Yeah, and I love San Diego. I lived here for many years, 15 years, and love this town. And it's so cool to come back to this one because were you in Prism when we had the conference here 22 years ago?
No, I
Okay.
joined the Prism the year after.
The year after, okay. Because what was really kind of interesting to me was coming back in here and going, we were here 22 years ago, and it was the first time that NAID and Prism had actually done a joint conference, and there was one shred truck.
Wow.
And what was kind of cool to me today was to walk along and see how many shred trucks
14,
are here.
I think.
Yeah, in
13,
the
14.
same and the original event was held in the tent.
Wow.
Like it is here.
Okay.
And I just remember it being such a cool event, and it's kind of cool to come full circle 22 years later, where we're now a merged, and we have been for obviously many years now, but a merged association that, that really. This seems very vibrant this year. It feels like it's going to be a good event.
It does. I just can't believe how many people's come up and said, wow, about the venue and about after they've seen the agenda and all the sessions that's going on. And they're saying, I can't come to can't make all the sessions. And I said, well, bring more people, because I brought 3 people and we divided up, you know.
Well, you're kind of in an interesting spot this year too, because isn't your daughter actually the conference chair?
She is.
Yeah.
Brandy has done. They've done a great job in doing this. I'll tell you what, she has really stepped up and embraced I Sigma with open arms, and she's just really involved. And I'm so proud of her.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. So, you've had a couple of years, and you're still not released from. It's kind of like the mafia here for you.
Kinda.
You can't get out of it as hard as you try. But you've done 2 whole years, and now you go into past president.
Yes, sir.
Right, and still maintain. You're still on the executive board, and so tell me a little bit about your experience of the last couple of years. You've obviously you took the role for a couple of years. Last year when we talked, you hadn't had a full year, but you had a good run at it. But this year feels like you've had your full time to kind of get engaged.
have.
So what did you learn this year? What was interesting to you this year in the association, in the life of the association?
Well, I have seen a lot of change, especially with the staff and their planning. They have really reached out to the members and asked what they would like and what they would like to see, and getting feedback and taking that feedback and actually doing something with it. I think that's the first time I've seen that in a few years. It seems like it's always in the past. We're going to put it together and hope it works. I think this year they went out to the members because they know that the members are the backbone, and that they are the ones that really want and to have input into what this conference is about. And I think it shows, because we've got a record number attending this year, well over 500, maybe 550 plus. I think it's over 550.
Wow.
Attending this year. Our vendors, the expo hall was sold out early. The Gina and Jeannie did a really, really great job in getting everybody, and it was pretty easy, I think, this year, because everybody was excited. Nate's done a great job in letting his people do their job, and I think that's really made a big difference. It was anytime when you have a changeover, Tom, and new leadership comes in, you kind of sit back and wonder how it's going to work. I think all 3 of our keynotes today kind of alluded to that a little bit. Leadership is a unique responsibility.
Yeah.
Not everyone can be a leader. But I will tell you, I think iSigma, I know iSigma is full of leaders, and they're proud of what they do. This conference this year, this past year, Nate and I have been really involved in communication and talking about everything that's going on. He listens to feedback. He puts it out there, evaluates it. Some of the feedback, won't work this year, but it may work next year, and so they keep it in the book. But I have been so proud to be in this position for the past 20 months. It was an honor. I hope I haven't let anybody down, but I will tell you, it's a lot of responsibility. There's a lot of phone calls made during the month. Nate and I talked a lot. Then we have our board meetings monthly and our executive meetings, and we get a lot accomplished. And the members has elected great board members. They really have, and they're there to represent them. And so I'll put a shout out right now to all the members. If you need anything, you get a hold of that person that you elected to represent you, and make them do their job.
Yeah.
Because they want to.
Well, I need to say on behalf of the members, thank you to you for really contributing in a massive way. I know, because I've worked with coached many of former presidents, and I know how many hours this is. It's a massive, it's an honor to do it, but it's also a lot of work. And so I really want to thank you for the incredible amount of effort you've done.
Well, thank you.
The work you've done to make our organization a better organization. And, that thing I know that you live by, which is always leave it better than you came in, and you've left it better. So I really appreciate you and all the work you've done.
Well, I appreciate that, Tom. I spent 27 years in the military.
Yeah.
And I lead in 3 ways. I lead by example, I lead from the front, and I try to lead with integrity.
Yeah.
And I've just, it's been an honor. It really is, and humbling to be in the position in this organization, because this industry is such a great industry. I mean,
Yeah.
I've met friends forever.
Yeah.
It's just a big family.
Yeah, well, I concur with you, and I like you have been in the industry a long time, and there's something. Yeah, I mean, I've been in other industries, and I go to other conferences, and there's something about this industry that just has, there's a camaraderie to it. There's a sense of community that builds over time, and and it's the other thing I think is it's small enough industry that you get to make those things. Because I've been at conferences where there's 10,000 people, and it's really hard. But when it's 500-600 people, and you see the same faces, and you get to know them, and you're involved, like you are, and like I am, we get involved, and we, then you create these like literally friendships that are not just colleagues. You vacation with people, and
Right.
you do stuff together external to the industry, and it's so interesting. Like like you and I have been around, and you watch people, and you go, oh, those people are like best friends now, and they do everything together, and they go on vacations together,
and you see it all the
That's what I
time.
love about this industry.
I know it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've made friends for life here. You
Yeah.
really have. You've got a lot in common. I think we're all here, and we have a lot in common to begin with, and that just really helps everybody out.
Yeah. Well, any words as this conference, both your term, your official formal term ends, and you move into a new role effective Tuesday at the lunch. But any final words as you conclude this chapter of your contribution? What do you say to the community? What do you say to the world? What do you say just as you bring this to a close?
Oh wow, that's really a good question, Tom, and you're full of good questions. Just what I say to this industry's community is, don't be shy, continue to support. Be that person. I think Steve kind of said you complain about something to get that's wrong. And then when it starts getting fixed, you complain because it's an inconvenience. Look at it as an opportunity,
Right.
And take that opportunity to speak. Let us know what's on your mind. I can't say enough about how much I love this industry.
Yeah.
I've met some of the greatest people, and it's hard. We're getting ready to celebrate our 25th year in this industry, and Steve, this is really hard because he called me up on the passing of the baton, and it was like he was talking to me because I'm trying to pass the baton off to my daughter, Brandy.
Right.
And I'm hanging on to that baton, and I'm kind of standing in her way.
Yeah.
And I know I need to back out, and I want to spend one more year as the past president into the industry, and then I want to turn it over to her because I think she is really loves it as much as I do. I mean, she puts a lot of effort into it. But it's just been an honor to represent the members of this organization. Like you say, you call it a community, and it is. It's really you make lifetime friends, and I get calls all the time to say, "How would you do this, Rick?" And I make calls all the time, say, I've got this situation. And, everybody's so willing to help all the time.
Yeah.
But I would just say, let's continue to support iSigma, and we've got a lot of future ahead of us because of change. ITAD and AI is alive and well. We just need to continue to pull together.
Yeah. Well, brother, thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for your contribution, and I wish you much success in this next stage of your really cool journey. And it's been a pleasure knowing you for so many years.
It's been my honor to know you, Tom. I'll tell you what, you have contributed so much to this organization. And I've learned so much from you and some of our other members, and I just thank you for everything you do, Tom.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
just look at us, and that's your microphone there. Okay. And we're just gonna go. It feels like you and I can just go. So
Yeah, no, you're the pro.
here we go. Jay Sammet, welcome to the iSigma On Air podcast. I'm really glad you're here.
I'm excited. It's been a fun show. Happy to be here.
Yeah, no, I sat in on your session. I know you're doing another one tomorrow, and so you dropped a couple of hints about your past life, and then we'll get into your current life. But there was some major role you had in a big consulting firm. Give me a sense of your history. Where did you come from? What's your story?
I was shooting in the woods, and up came some bubbling crude. No, I was in the first couple dozen people on this thing called the internet back in '78.
Yep.
And the world came to where I was. That's the short version. And you hang out with people that the future seems so obvious that they're painting, and it took a lot of years in gray hair to be able to communicate to people with gray hair the future in a way that they can absorb. So I put the first video on a computer. I had hit video games. I built a company and sell it. And each time there's new technology that solves problems that already existed. And I believe that entrepreneurs don't sell things, they solve things. Solve for 5 people, you have friends. Solve for 1 million, you're wealthy. Solve for 1 billion, you change the arc of humanity. And so it's been really fun to watch. If you would have told me growing up as a poor kid, dozens of friends would become billionaires with B, I didn't know what a millionaire was.
Yeah.
This is insane. Like, this whole world has all been my peer group. So the way I predict the future is I spend my time hanging out with the people that are coding it and funding it. And then I just find places where it makes sense.
So, like, if you're open to it, tell me some of those early stories that you were a part of. Obviously, you're doing your own thing, but what were some of the major influencers of your way of thinking?
So I had a video game company, PC Games. At one point, we had 7 of the top 10 best-selling games.
Yeah.
If that sounds impressive, it's because there are very few PCs and very few games. And the sound card was coming out. So instead of going beep, 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 games could have other things.
Right.
So I'm like, this is the MTV era. I'm like, oh my God, let's put rock and roll music into a game. Seems obvious. A couple things. I know nothing in the music industry. I know nothing how that works. I don't do anything. But I knew it would make games sell more, which would sell more PCs and more DOS and more Windows and all that. So I didn't know Bill Gates at the time, but reached out and said, would you, this is the guts I had, would you write a letter, because nobody had email, to David Geffen, the only billionaire in the music industry, to tell him to take a meeting with me because I want to partner with him on doing a game. And Gates did this.
Really?
Yeah, Gates came through for me so many times, it's unbelievable. The why is the story, not for on air. I got lucky. David Geffen knows nothing about a computer, whatever. He says, okay, what acts do you want? I said, you don't have enough good acts. Like, the most powerful guy in show business. And people get used to me. I just say what it is. So he got me the best acts from everywhere. We had Aerosmith, Guns N' Roses, Peter Gabriel, Ozzy Osbourne. And this was my biggest selling game. And make a long story short, Universal Studios realized maybe this digital thing is the future. We need a game division. And a couple years later, now that's a couple $1 billion thing that I'm running. And then Napster comes along.
Right.
And the music industry's over.
Right.
They're laying off people left and right. And the world's largest music company is a company called EMI. That was the Beatles, Freddie Mercury, Queen, the Stones, Sinatra. I went with, a whole bunch of acts on the first time I played. But anyway, and I'm like a kid, like, oh my God, this is fun. But when he hired me, I said, I know nothing about the music business. He says, I got 11,000 people that know the music business. We have nobody that understands the future. So I didn't have the solution, But I knew if I put the word out that if you have any crackpot idea and it can generate revenue for artists and music companies and everything, I'll give you a catalog. I've got what you want. Nobody else was giving them anything. To tell you how all these things tie in, none of the record companies, Warner, Universal, and everything, would sell Jeff Bezos CDs. Jeff wanted to, after books, the second thing was CDs. They blackballed it.
Really?
I broke that thing. I'm like, wait a second. To get in a store, we got to pay for positioning, got co-op ad dollars, and we have 100% returns. If it doesn't sell, 2 years later, they could say, take back these, lousy act. And Amazon's saying, no, we'll pay you everything, and we own it, and da-da-da. And so, and then Steve Jobs was rip, mix, and burn, like steal stuff. So did some stuff to make him bend to the will, put on a DRM, let's do a legitimate iTunes launch. So iTunes and all these things, so launched dozens and dozens of things that failed. But by the end of the first year, it brought in $200 million of profit from digital.
Wow.
And saved these companies. And so I keep on getting calls from crazy people that I'm their last choice. Nobody in a 40-year career ever called me as their first call and said, hey, Jay, we're having our best year. And it's fun.
Oh, that's so you had this big career in music within software or within games.
Well,
and,
no,
then evolved into a whole bunch of much bigger plays.
Yeah, every time I'm just doing my thing, and then at a certain size, they force you to run the whole companies. And I've been a NASDAQ CEO and all those types of things. The most fun is when you sit in a room with 5 people that have a good idea and you launch something. That to me is the enjoyment, because there are no wrong guesses, because nobody's ever done it. So you don't have to debate it. Action's the only thing.
Right.
Reid Hoffman, I helped Reid launch LinkedIn. Reid always said, this is the business where you jump off the cliff and assemble the airplane on the way down. And so tomorrow I'll be talking about some businesses that completely failed, but then looked at their data and said, wait a second, we discovered a business here that nobody thought about, pivoted, and the rest is history. It's not like people sit down and say, I'm going to make the flux capacitor. And, they have this vision. It's like, you think you're going over here, but no one's gone that far.
Right.
So you want to be either the best in the world at what you do or the only one doing it. If you're the only one doing it, by definition, you're the best in the world.
So obviously you're here as a speaker, but in order to get this insight, you've got to be in the room with a lot of people, having a lot of conversations. Where and how, when you're having these conversations, are you helping them sort of refine ideas?
I'm the dumbest person in the room, and everybody should strive for that. It took me, because I'm not an engineer.
Yeah.
Nobody has to be an engineer anymore. AI can do that. But what I realized my secret sauce was, I can connect dots in ways that other people can't. I'm dyslexic, so it turned out to be a strength, not a weakness. And I seem to have mastered finally how to explain the future to people that are very comfortable in the past. Early, when I was late 20s or something, I had a solution for one of the big cola companies. It would change their whole business, make them a ton of money. Fly to Armonk, New York, go a top elevator, go into the top floor, and I'm going past desk after desk of assistants that have IBM Selectrics, typewriters.
Yeah.
I knew this was going to be a very short and painful meeting, because nobody there did email. Nobody, bosses were still dictating. There was a time in my career where bosses dictated emails. I mean, the insanity of what we did. I was running one multinational, and they didn't want to upgrade their original email. Very great. I can write something in written, and you can read it at your end.
Right.
Way better than anything existed. But you couldn't attach anything. So this company was way behind, didn't want to spend the money, and it was one of the music companies. So I would send emails all day long to the chairman. Oh my God, this is the best album that we've had. Give a listen, and like, it's attached. There's no attachment. You got to see this new album cover. I think they're going to ban this album cover. she's showing too much. You know,
Yeah.
making the point, frustrating them, but making the point how better the business would work if you could do those things.
Yeah.
You know,
Interesting. So you ask a lot of questions. You see the future. So
so I'll finish the story.
yeah.
So I don't want a plane. I don't want a $500 million boat. I don't want complications. My kids are great. So after a certain stage, I said, I figured out the pattern of how to do this, how to build a high-tech company. So why don't I start teaching at the largest engineering college, USC? And I had students in one semester that did $200 million, not in play money, they made $200 million, and the university gets nice endowments from students that make a lot of money.
Right.
And then I said, that isn't fair to just, do it. So I wrote a book just thinking it would be a small nerd book. And today my first book's in like 12 or 14 languages. I've heard from readers in 140 countries. People are thirsting for knowledge. They're seeing their lives being impacted, and they ain't seen nothing yet. The impact of AI is both going to be wonderful. Nobody will get cancer, but what good is living forever if you can't feed yourself?
Yeah. So we are in a massive, the start of what appears to be, and we've been in it for a long time, but it feels like the tsunami of it. It's starting to hit now, and what I see is a lot of people starting things. Like there's an incredible, almost like this entrepreneurial energy right now that I'm seeing with people.
Well, every time there's a seismic change, if everything stayed the same,
Yeah.
like if you were born in 1500 and then in 1600, nothing changed.
Right.
Right? Very. But if you all of a sudden see that the giant corporations can't compete against the startup, and you don't need capital to build a large business, and there are solutions that you can now do as a one person
Yeah.
that used to take an army, those that act first grab as much land as they can.
Right.
So that was my, here's a new thing. I don't have any competition. Because if you've ever applied for a job, you've had a straight job sometime in your life where, anytime you answer a job ad, by definition, somebody else has already done that. Somebody's more qualified, probably smarter, probably better looking, and I hate that person. So I'd rather do something that nobody else has done, and maybe I've made a lot of mistakes, but you're still failing forward. You're still creating something new. Then when you've proven the point, certain people know how to blitz scale and then run that giant enterprise, and certain people like me go, you'll pay me how much to take it off my hands so I can now play again? So when I saw nobody was watching TV commercials, did a little startup that had a new way for advertisers to advertise and solve. And 18 months later, News Corp buys that startup for $200 million. We had $1 million in sales. So to me, that's fine. I don't need
That's a pretty good return for a year and a half.
Yeah. So there's always new opportunity. It's just the pace is faster than Darwinian rates.
Right.
We can't adapt. Certain nation states can't adapt. People are still bemoaning the manufacturing jobs went overseas since the 1970s. You've heard that. We lost the jobs to Vietnam or Mexico or wherever. Those jobs have all been automated. Your iPhone's made in what's called a lights out factory. Foxconn turned the lights off because there's no people.
Right. Right.
And they used to employ 3 million people in that country. What happens to those people in that country? What happens if we lose 70 million jobs in the U.S.?
Yeah. 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 You talked a lot today about robotics and robots, and it feels like that's an area that I don't think, an industry like ours, which is still, and you talked about this, it's a very physical environment. I mean, administratively not, but there's trucks on the road, there's drivers grabbing
You're not
things
moving bits and bytes.
Right.
Yes.
And so robotics tends to be an area I think a lot of people just go, oh, whatever. It's not really happening. And yet, you talked about Waymo, but what else are you seeing that this industry, and you talked about it, but I feel like the people who aren't at the, sitting in your session don't get to hear someone like you say, hey, they're coming for your truck. They're coming there's amazing capabilities coming your way.
So just to plug it, I have a book that comes out next week called The Second Act Advantage.
Right.
Really shows people how to benefit from AI. And I'm getting to your answer.
Yeah.
And what I realized the problem with books, again, I look at everything as what's short, is whenever I wrote any of my books, there's two problems. The second it goes to paper, it's out of date.
Right.
Okay, especially in these type of topics. And number two, I have to guess where you are in your personal journey.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a young person? Are you somebody who just got laid off? Or the college graduate? Da, da, da. So this is the first book in history, The Second Act Advantage, comes with a custom-built AI for free that personally mentors you through whatever you're trying to do. So if you spent your whole life trying to be an athlete and now you age out or you came in 2/100ths of a second too slow in the downhill slopes, your second act could start at 25.
Right.
If you were a cop for 20 years or you thought you had a great company and everything in your whole industry. When I came to the music industry, there were people that knew how to get songs onto radio. They knew how to work with retailers and get those the albums put at the front of the store. Suddenly, no one cared. You lost your job at one company, there was not another company to go to. Everybody lost.
Right.
So we're looking at tons of jobs that people think, oh, I'm a social media influencer, I am a marketing, AI does it better.
Right.
So there's the friction's being taken out. But you're not going to lose your job immediately to AI or to a robot. You're going to lose your job in your company to someone else who is using AI and a robot while you're sitting there saying, this will never happen to me.
Correct.
If you sit there and say that long enough, you will be roadkill. And long enough is a real short period. So why the robots? Because this is the most Jetson, nobody's going to believe me. But when I wrote the book 10 years ago and said that all the jobs are going away, nobody believed me. Now I look prophetic. We've had robotic arms in factories. We've had specialized robots that do amazing stuff. I mean, unbelievable. Surgery, heart surgery. I mean, distance where you don't have doctors everywhere, so the doctor doesn't waste all his time flying around. He can do surgery in 3 continents in a day. Your giant cranes on construction sites, the guys climbing up there can fall over a crane and die. Today's cranes are operated by somebody that's sitting in a bunker, just like the guys that are flying drones halfway around the world and go home to their family. The reason for the physical robot, the humanoid, is every single job that you can name was designed for a human to do it. You take the frozen fries from the freezer, you rip it open and you dump it in the fry machine. You lift up the thing and you shake it after 3 minutes, and then you dump it with a wrist motion. And then you repeat that for the rest of your life if you're going to be the fry guy at a fast food place. Every job's that way.
Yeah.
So if we can make robots, and I went through the math today, and I could hear a pin drop. Like sometimes I don't know if like maybe I'm coming on too strong with, like you're not ready for the future. But the second you can tell somebody that for what you're paying a $20 an hour person, you can have a staff of 50 robots. Even if it's you're going to go to Home Depot this week and you're going to put up a cinder block wall in the backyard, have the robot do the lifting. Right. And what you're going to see is somebody else already thought of that. And so you want the cinder block program robot, and you'll pay, instead of, $30 for the day, you'll pay for $40 for that. So it's coming.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I mean, I dug in a little bit and watched a little bit of the stuff you're doing. You said your book's coming out with sort of an agentic support, to help people. I a lot of times see somebody who just won a game, it sounds like. But I see a lot of people who are using ChatGPT as Google, but it's essentially they're thinking that's AI. And I've been on your site, I've watched some of your stuff, and like you've got all kinds of stuff going on in the background. And I've learned a bit from you, and I think I have 34 bots or automations with AI engagement, what I call agents, working on my behalf all the time. And I used to have staff. I now don't have staff because the whole system is constantly, I've got, Cat Herder answers my phones, and, people are reading my emails. Like, bots are supporting me all day long. And I think because you're so adept at explaining that, how do you explain agentic tools and use in a way that somebody who's kind of old school.
So before they tune out, let me get them hooked in.
yeah.
You could not live, and I'm talking to the audience as well as you, without your phone with all the apps on it.
Yeah.
Agreed? It's unbelievable. It's changed our world. We're not going back. App-based world. We all get it. Can you name any of the top 10 best-selling apps the first year of the iPhone? No. I'll tell you number 1 and number 2. There was a game with cats, and there was the fart app.
Oh, right. Yes,
There were
I do
12
remember.
farts,
Yep.
and you could listen to 12 farts. Now, I
do
say
remember.
that of how stupid it is,
Yep.
but somebody and their kids in the next generation never have to work again because they just did something silly. So let me take that today, where vibe coding, everybody goes, vibe coding. Vibe sounds cool, but I'm never going to code. Code's just a fancy word for dictating into the machine or typing into the machine what you want, and it'll do it. And then if it's not exactly, it's on you because you didn't describe it, and you can iterate. What I love about doing, I speak all over the world on stuff, is I now have really cool graphics because the most amazing graphics literally take 20 seconds of my day. So why wouldn't I give you the coolest idea? And so people that didn't see it, I had like a Terminator, pushing the thing onto the shredder truck. So yesterday, somebody vibe coded for the fun of it. If you're a fan of When Harry Met Sally, the moaning scene in the restaurant, I'll have what she's
Yep.
having.
Yep.
They took that sound effect and they wanted an app that if you slap your computer, it'll moan like it's having an orgasm. That's right up there with the fart. It's
Right.
simple, stupid. First day sales were $7,000.
Wow.
So tomorrow I'm going to talk about, to prove how much things are changing and how fast. Yes, I worked with college kids. Yes, I've worked with large corporations, the White House, the Vatican, all that type of stuff. But a few years ago, I had this crazy idea. What if I took a homeless immigrant and mentor him one day a week for a year? He has to start a business that takes no money, no business introductions. I'm not giving him a capital. I'm not telling him what to do. He's just got to figure it out. But once a week, he's sitting with me and I'm, shooting down what makes sense and getting him to think broader. The book is called Future Proofing You because if it works, he's future proof.
right.
Spoiler alert, if you're in the middle of the book, cover your ears. He goes from homeless to self-made millionaire in 11 months. And it amazed me. Not that I didn't think it was possible, but something happened to his business in the middle of the year that was unanticipated, not his fault. I would have just thrown in the towel and started a new business. I said, and I'm saying to myself before our weekly meeting, well, I guess a book about a guy who makes $500,000 is still a good book, But, and he comes in, I said, I read the headlines of what's going on. He goes, yeah, so here's what I did. And it goes boom, 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 boom. He didn't miss a week of revenue. I'd created Frankenstein. He was unstoppable. He could fly to Europe without a plane. It was amazing. And this was somebody that was raised and told, you're nothing.
Right.
You can't make it. And tomorrow I'm going to talk about the psychological principles. I can tell your audience if they want to know today of how I switched that in him, because there's a psychological principle called the Pygmalion effect, if you remember Greek mythology. So a professor goes to school, tests all the elementary school kids, and looks at the stuff and tells his teachers, these 7 kids out of the whole school will be the super learners, super achievers this year. At the end of the year, they test all the kids, and guess what? These 7 kids outperform everybody. Professor kind of lied, though. Yes, he tested the kids at the beginning, but he never looked at those test results. He picked 7 names out of a hat. But if you tell people they're special and you treat them special, they become special.
Yeah.
So I told this young man, Vin, that I had interviewed 200 candidates, and he was the only one with all the attributes to be a self-made millionaire. He didn't believe me, but he had nothing else going on, so he said he'd play along, basically, because I had him keep notes. He said, this guy's full of it, but, I'll lean in. First month he's making, I don't remember the number, it's been a few years, 40,000, 70,000, something like that. Could never stop him again. Now, he was a different generation. He wasn't motivated by money because he never thought he'd have any. He didn't want the house, he didn't want this. He wanted to be a DJ in clubs. That was his fantasy. But if he had money, then he'd have the freedom to spend time doing that. So a year he worked off. I said, no TV, no day. You're going to work morning, noon, and night. Human potential experiment here. Don't do. But the day it stopped, He shut down all his business and he went and pursued what he wanted until all that money ran out, and then he started another business.
Wow, good for him. That's so cool. That's so cool. So,
And the new book is about doing that for all the people that are going to lose their jobs.
yes.
And we're pushing out the most educated, experienced generations, because if you make it to 60 in the US, you'll make it to 90, which means your second act of 30 years is longer than your first career.
Right.
So why not do something that solves a major problem for society and make money? Or if you don't need money, why not solve a problem and start a charity? There's a great story in the book, a retired engineer, civil engineer. He's getting his oil changed. He's sitting there in some greasy old National Geographic magazine and sees these guys hanging across a flooded river on a rope to get across, because during rainy season, they can't get to town, can't get to schools, can't get to hospitals. And he's like, I can build an Indiana Jones like rope bridge, right, for nothing. And he just gets it in his head, buy a plane ticket, find the place, and just do it. People were really grateful. And then he took it the next step. Started a 501c3 charity, Bridges to Prosperity, and he spent his retirement years, he's built hundreds of bridges in the third world, connecting millions of people to better lives.
Wow, that's so good.
So everybody,
So good.
everybody can make a difference.
Yes.
And that's the purpose of the second act advantage, is to re-engage people, because I also feel guilt for the negative stuff that all the change that I've been a part of has done. It wasn't our intent, but there's always unintended consequences.
Yeah.
So if algorithms that control our lives make more money by dividing us, I, in the book, explain ways that we can now cooperate and make community again and society, and use this stuff to society's advantage and our own advantage, do good and do well.
Yeah. So somebody who has been building a business, a very old world business, like shredding companies. Shredding companies they're machines. You put paper through them. Paper comes out the back end.
Not the oldest industry I'm dealing with.
No, but it's still,
Yes.
it's only been around for 50 years.
Right.
So it's not really an old industry, but it's got this sort of traditional way of being in the world. What do you, if you had a day with somebody like that, what would you tell them to do? What were the first couple of steps you'd encourage them? They're a 55-year-old woman who's built this really cool company. What would you say, do this as a way to sort of get them on their path?
So it's the order that I tried to peel back the onion today.
Yep.
There's inexpensive, easy-to-use tools. If you know how to speak or you know how to send an email, that's all the technical training you need.
Yeah.
And suddenly, sitting next to you on your computer is somebody that can find where the waste is, can make your business more efficient, can find gaps in the market in your own town, state, wherever your territory is, to get new business,
Yeah.
and to be able to cut out so much cost that you can actually charge less than some competitors that have huge overhead, because your overhead will shrink tremendously. And if I can get you to that, then the second half of the talk is there's $1 trillion opportunity for this industry that no one has ever mentioned or thought about. And normally I don't have that in a speech. I speak all over the world. I'm looking at this industry and go, oh my God, if I was going to do a business today, this is the best business in the world to be in. Because people are going to be throwing money hand and fist to you. So do you want to get it? Because I can guarantee you somebody will.
Yes.
And what we were talking about is the trillions being spent on data centers, and all those servers and chips only last for 2 years.
Right.
So imagine filling every football stadium, football field, stack high with broken equipment that has sensitive information on it,
Yes.
medical records and legal and nuclear codes and scientific formulas and patents and whatever. So the business isn't, can you get rid of this trash for me? I'm not talking down to anybody. I'm just the way there is a perception to, can you reduce my risk?
Yeah.
Can you be a custodian of these things and prove that it was handled the right way and follow HIPAA and follow all this? And by the way, after you've done that and I paid you 3x what I presently pay you for paper, or 10x or whatever it may be, because they got to move all that stuff out real fast, because they got to keep on keeping all those AIs going. But inside each one of those boxes are rare earth minerals that right now we can only get from China. And if China shuts that down, the Detroit factory stopped making cars the same day, planes stopped flying a week later, the whole thing falls down. And there's gold and there's palladium and there's all this stuff. But no adult can sit there and peel those apart and get all that. But there's your robot working for 40 cents an hour that
Yeah.
can just knows what gold is, knows what isn't, knows what this is, isn't afraid of radioactive things, can sort them in bins, can do all that. Take one of your trucks to the smelter to give you pure gold, whatever. If I told you that people were throwing away thousands of pounds of gold, what's gold at 5,000 an ounce or something?
Right.
Okay. Wouldn't you go pick it up? And when I tell you, you already have the customers
Yeah.
and the track record. So to that woman that owns that business, she's owned it since the 70s or 80s. They're going to trust you because you've been here.
Yes.
So the same thing that got you to get a better truck, take the next step.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, you came into this environment and gave a lot of people a lot of interesting things to think about. What's the thing that you're writing books, you're helping people. What's the thing that you want to leave the planet? What do you want to be known for? What's the thing that's going to be on your tombstone?
There won't be one, but seriously, as you get to a certain age, you think about you have more days behind you than ahead of you.
Yeah.
Did you spend your time wisely? Mm-hmm. And to me, did I make the planet better because I was here? And so at the beginning of your career, before you have a career and everything, you have idealistic things you want to do. And then you get busy. Kids got to get to school. You got to pay for college. Da, da, da. But if you're fortunate to be on the other side of it, this is what I don't understand: the people that have $100 billion. Like, you obviously think you're smarter than everybody because you probably are. So why would you leave that when you're dead?
Right.
Why not put it to the best use? Mm-hmm. So Bill Gates retired. In the past 25 years, he's been solving one problem: childhood death, child mortality, and he's cut childhood mortality in half globally.
Yeah.
There's 25 million lives a year being saved. That's a legacy a lot better than I'm the world's richest man.
Right.
So, I'm trying to spend the time. I'd like to just sit and do nothing. But every time somebody comes to me with a technology that can literally change the arc of humanity, and I'll give you the example in a second, I feel like my mother would roll over in her grave and like, what do you mean you didn't help? So I had an engineer who worked for me. He was a Kansas farmer's kid and grandfather, long time generations of farmer. Dad handled pesticides, herbicides, got Parkinson's, died. And it's like, why for the past 100 years is the best idea we have to grow food that we put in our bodies is let's put enough poison on to kill every rodent and small mammal and bird and frog and weed, but it doesn't kill humans for 20 or 30 years so we can make a profit.
Right.
That's insanity.
Yeah.
So we built, it's called Greenfield Robotics. We built these little robots that can tell the difference between a plant and a weed. And it goes down row crops, like think of corn, soy, milo, and it cuts off the weed. You don't have to get it out of the ground. Because what happens is when the corn canopies or the soy canopies, they steal all the sunlight. That's what plants were genetically designed to do.
Right.
And the weeds die. So now, follow the math on this. Robots as a service is cheaper than poisons.
Yeah.
The farmer now makes more per acre because he's selling organic. Doesn't have to handle these things and gets to live a healthy life. The runoff doesn't go down the Mississippi and kill all the fish. And we don't die from what we're eating.
Beautiful.
Right? It's great that AI can cure cancer, but if we're putting Roundup in our body every day, you're cutting off one arm while you're patching
And so
the other.
is this technology
this is out there. It's doing. It's on farms.
Cool.
And
So
so
cool.
my first time being the chairman of a farm equipment company, my first time on a farm was after it's already working. I don't add value at that. I can shine a light on an idea.
Yeah.
I've raised hundreds of millions of dollars for startups. I've been a public NASDAQ. I mean, success gives you access.
Yep.
I'm the same idiot with the crazy ideas, but now because there's this track record behind me, people let me finish the sentence before they roll their eyes.
Yeah.
I watched the crowd today, and I didn't know going into this because normally I have closer to tomorrow's talk, principles of what I taught the young man and what anybody can benefit as an individual. But when I discovered that this industry could suddenly be so wealthy, it's unbelievable. I felt, let me put in the work, let me try to do it. And I watched people get out of their chairs and start snapping pictures of everything. And you could hear a pin drop during the robots. There was no snickering. There was no, I don't get it.
No.
And robots, by the way, will allow you and I to live independently longer in our homes. There's not enough people, and the cost of having skilled, my mother-in-law, 91, just fell.
Yep.
She can't be by herself again.
Right.
Getting 24-hour care, most people can't do that. Having somebody to give up working to support children and be the sandwich generation and support parents, as now people are living to 100, robots will fill in that gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really exciting. Jay, it's been delightful to talk to you. We're looking forward to what you share tomorrow as sort of the bigger talk with the whole community.
So I'll do a couple plugs.
Yeah,
If you stayed
let's
in this
plug.
long, I didn't bore you.
Yeah, let's plug.
I write a Substack that's free.
Yep.
JSamit, JAYSAMIT.substack. And I try to show once a week on Sundays great uses of stuff that people are doing and any new tool use or whatever that I find interesting, fascinating, because my peer group tries to outdo each other of who's found a new scientific,
Right,
they can now grow teeth. There's no more cavities to worry about, So that's the more people that you can light the spark, the more fires you'll have.
Yeah, love it.
And then the book, The Second Act Advantage, I did this because I'm really concerned about what happens if you have 20, 30% unemployment. I can't help everybody. I don't have a magic wand. I don't have the ability to make Congress do something or White House. No one does. But anybody that raises their hand that wants to help themselves and their family, the Second Act Advantage is a lifesaver. And so,
And that comes out shortly.
you can order it now on Amazon
Okay.
or anywhere.
Sort of pre-order it?
Cinco de Mayo. It'll be
Good.
in your house.
Very cool.
So thank you for letting me come here. I've had great conversations with people. So
Yeah.
I got off the stage going, did I go too heavy on change? But
No. I think because I've been in this industry. I think I told you before you talked. I've been in this industry almost 30 years, and I think everybody realizes that the current iteration, the paper side of this, there'll always be paper, but it's evolving, it's changing, and you can see it in the vendor community. If tomorrow when you walk around, you'll notice shred trucks are now ITAD trucks. Like even the vendor community has shifted over the last 20 years dramatically towards something different than paper. But to me, there's a massive opportunity there.
Yeah.
I agree. It's
the other thing that pushes
significant.
change, whether by choice or circumstance, disruption's coming.
Yep.
So if you have
Yep.
the biggest law firm and accounting firm as your clients, you go, I got this in the bag. You don't need large law firms anymore. No. That's gone away.
Yeah.
Accounting firms gone away. So all that paper that they're making, gone away.
Yeah.
So your clients may disappear, and then what do? So that's I think it's an exciting time, and I really am now going to keep my eye on this industry because I want to see, was a seed planted and how fast did somebody grab $100 million in new revenue?
Yeah. No, it's beautiful. Well, brother, thank you for being here. I appreciate you and continued success and all the cool stuff you're doing. Beautiful. Thank you, sir. producing in real time. So there you are. Like if you hold your camera there, and just talk into your mic.
Test 1 2. Testing 1 2 3.
So it should switch you off to the main mic shortly.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. That's so cool.
Isn't that cool?
That is cool.
I know. I just like am. So I just have to do one thing for this. So I don't have a big agenda.
Okay.
My agenda is just to you and I sit down and have a coffee and we kind of get to know each other.
I love it.
That's kind of, you know, I'm going to talk about the fact that you're speaking in your keynote and give me a bit of your story and all that kind of stuff.
Sounds good.
That's what I want. And then we'll go for, as long as if it's 25, 30 minutes, are you okay with that?
Yeah, for sure.
Are you going on the boat?
I am not.
I can't really go on boats. I mean, I can, but I used to live in San Diego. I spent 15 years here, so this is home for me.
It's so gorgeous.
But I now live in Niagara Falls, New York.
You made quite a jump.
Yes, we did. 9 years ago, we exited San Diego.
Okay.
My wife and I, Becky, who's just out there, she and I are both Canadian.
Okay.
We're up in Canada, and all of our family are across the border. My grandkids are across the border,
Okay.
so we
Dual
went back.
citizenship? Or
Yeah, full dual.
That's awesome.
Yeah, full dual. So there we have it. Just checking. Okay, looks like all our sounds good.
Okay.
We're solid. So this is two things, a couple of things. We're both live streaming this.
Excellent.
It's full live stream.
Ready when you are, senor.
So I coach a lot of people in this industry.
Okay.
So Tammy, have you met Tammy from?
New Mexico?
Yeah,
Yeah.
from Albuquerque.
Yes.
Yeah, I work with her, and so I was talking to her last week, and she said, "Are you speaking at the same time Steve is?" And I said, "Yeah." She goes, "Oh, you better be good."
That's a nice compliment.
So then I went and tried to figure out who the heck you were to make sure I knew what I was in for. So don't worry about looking at the camera. This camera is just a little bit delayed because HDMI. And
Sure.
So
No, I'll look right at you.
like just yeah, we'll just kind of talk our way through this.
Sounds good.
Steve Sauceda. Did I
Yes.
say that right?
Yes.
Nice. Welcome to the iSigma On Air podcast. I am really glad you're here. So you are a speaker today at the executive luncheon. You're going to be a keynote on Tuesday morning, I think.
Correct.
So we wanted to have you in here for, the next 2-3 hours just to talk about stuff. So before we go anywhere, tell me who you are, what you're about. Tell me a little bit of your story before you're who you are today.
No, absolutely.
Give me your life. Give me sort of your life in a nutshell.
Sure. It's a pleasure to be here with you and here in San Diego at iSigma. So my name is Steve Sauceda, born and raised in the state of New Mexico. As I kind of said today, oftentimes people don't realize that New Mexico is one of the 50 states, but we are. And so grew up in Hobbs, New Mexico, went from preschool through undergrad, all in Hobbs. And
so where is Hobbs?
Southeastern corner of the state.
Okay, so if you're in, because Albuquerque's kind of north, right?
North Central, so go 5 hours southeast.
And then go east. And
Correct.
so which border are you close to?
Texas.
You're close to, okay, so that bottom right side.
Correct.
Got
in
it.
3
Okay,
minutes.
Hobbs.
Yep. In 3 minutes, I'm in Texas.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And so super.
Okay, so sorry to jump into your story, but I like to just make sure I know what's going on. So Hobbs, you grew up
Yes.
in Hobbs, you go to high school in Hobbs.
I did.
And what is Hobbs? Is Hobbs a big city? Is it
So-
is it 20 people and everybody knows your name?
As of today, it's about 53,000 people.
Okay.
So still a small town, but not 2 people.
Right.
And so where I live is Lee County, and it is the #1 oil producing county in America. So more oil comes out of Lee County than any place in Texas, Pennsylvania, North Dakota, you name it. Number 1 in the country.
Okay, so you grow up there. Is there a story from your childhood that represents you and Hobbs in a unique way?
So possibly. So my dad, my father, grew up around the oil and gas industry. My parents moved there in 1979. I was born 2 years later. They came from the panhandle of Texas, the Amarillo, Texas area. And my dad joined the oil and gas industry. And so I have been around it my whole life. I have been around it by nature of the business. 80% of the people in Lee County in the Permian Basin work in the energy sector of some sorts. And so went to high school there, went to a 2-year junior college, and then went to a 4-year university to complete my bachelor's, and then started into work. So after I graduated with my bachelor's, my alma mater hired me back 9 months later to serve as the director of alumni services. And so I did that, and then about 18 months later, I got a promotion to the director of the annual fund, and I was only 22 and a half. So I was the lead fundraiser for the college.
Wow.
And so shortly after that, I worked at that university for almost 3 years. And then I was made aware that a new division at a college that I had gone to previously for 2 years was launching what would now be called workforce development, that it's not leading towards an academic degree, but short-term workforce training that leads into the workforce, credentials, micro-credentials. And so I was encouraged to apply and got the job. And so I started that job in January of 2007. And January of this year, I just completed my 19th year with the institution.
Okay, so 19 years with the institution, but the focus of this, so just let's go back a little bit. The focus of this whole area is getting a college students jobs. Give me
Not so much. The people that we serve age and range from 16 to 68.
Really?
So we're not dealing with people looking to get a formal degree.
Right.
We're talking people who want to become a Class A CDL driver, a lease operator, an automation tech, a CMA, an EMT. That doesn't require a 2-year degree and a 4-year degree.
It just requires knowing what steps to take or what courses, not necessarily a degree, but courses
Correct.
or training or apprenticeship kind of stuff?
Correct.
Got
So
it.
this focuses on short-term training. And so when I started, the division was only 3 months old. So I have literally been with it since it began.
Wow.
So I started in as a coordinator, was that for 9 years. Went back at the encouragement of my mentor, who unfortunately passed away a year ago. He stayed on me for 4 years. Steve, go get that master's. Steve, go get that master's. So finally it worked. And while I was working and doing all the other things, I went and got an MBA, got it done in 2 years. The college created a position for me and moved me up to director. And then I stayed in that role for 6 years. And then we had a lot of transition. And then I got bumped up to dean on my 39th birthday. I made it to dean of a college at age 39.
Of what college?
New Mexico Junior College in Hobbs, New Mexico.
And what? And that dean is for the whole college or for
That division of workforce
division.
development.
Interesting.
And then I served in that role for 2 months and then got promoted to interim vice president and was interim vice president for 6 months. And then in May of 2002, shortly after my 40th birthday, I became the vice president for workforce development, one of the youngest at the college. And so I have been doing that. And then I think we had mentioned off camera that when I was 12 years old, that was the first time I stood in front of a crowd to speak. So I got my start in church, in youth group. And so I got started in a youth group, and they saw that I had a passion for it and no fear to stand in front of a crowd. And so when I was 12, I actually got the invitation to go be the main speaker at another church across town for the main service. And was 12 years old. And so starting at 12, that kind of lit the fuse and kept going. But I didn't make it a professional business until late 2019 when I incorporated as an LLC to launch Steve Sauceda Communications. So between my work with New Mexico Junior College and Steve Sauceda Communications, I see the inside of a hotel more than I do my own home.
Yeah, I get that. So, okay, let's go back into workforce development, because I think this is a really interesting topic.
Sure.
Because you've seen the underbelly of that, both from an educational side, but also probably the results of that.
Correct.
So, the world is fundamentally changing. We know that.
Yes.
I mean, I think people are the same, but we're living in new, bizarre, strange,
Yes.
interesting times. What are you seeing as you try and help people move into the workforce in a world that seems fundamentally unstable in terms of what work to do?
Sure.
What are you seeing there? What are you doing? What are you encouraging people with?
Absolutely. I love that question. What I have found is people are gravitating more towards workforce development in the higher education side more than they are on the traditional academic side, at least in the region in which I work and in which I live. Because most of the time, you are dealing with people who hear the word college and cannot run far enough from you fast enough.
Right.
One, because perhaps that they didn't even complete college, maybe didn't get even a high school equivalency, but are saying, I need to provide for myself, I need to provide for my family. This is where my division, I feel, really shines. So it's like, I'm not trying to get you a degree. I'm trying to get you training and a certificate and a certification where you can go to work. Let me give you an example. So several years back, I did an interview with CNN International. We did about a 40-minute interview. And when it finally posted, when they published it, they took one snippet out of a 40-minute interview, which is not unusual. But I made the statement, and I did make the statement, it just wasn't all in context, that a Class A CDL is a golden ticket in the Permian Basin. That is a true statement. But my phone rang for 3 weeks because the article was picked up by every national news organization you can imagine, from Reuters to the AP, and my phone was ringing from Malibu, California to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, saying, can you make me a millionaire? And I said, what are you talking about? And they said, you said it's the golden ticket. And I said, well, first of all, you're going to have to come to Hobbs to get trained if you want our training. And then I said, and then you have to apply, to get the said job. But those that do stay in the Permian Basin with a 2-week training their starting pay is about $80,000 entry level. That's not even counting overtime.
Yeah.
And, being in the energy sector, what's kind of beautiful about workforce development is you're able to enter the workforce immediately with no student debt. Working in higher education for almost 23 years, the cost of a college education goes up 3.3% every single year. Every single year. So if you're a parent and you have a high school freshman, add over 13% to the total of what your student is looking at doing, and that's what you're looking at for incoming freshmen as a college student. So my thing is real simple to the public. I'm not anti-academia. I have 3 traditional degrees myself.
Right.
But the big push, when I went to high school, the big push was, what 4-year college are you going to go to? There was no discussion about vocational, career and technical workforce. If it was talked about and thought of as the afterthought, the B option, the C option of, well, I guess that those can't cut it academically, then I guess they'll go the vocational route. That is no longer the case.
No.
That is not the case in any way, shape, or form, where vocational training, career and technical workforce development my big push is, so I travel on two different things. I travel on behalf of higher education to advocate for workforce development, and then I travel on my own based on what I'm doing, professional and leadership development. It's always fun when those two worlds collide. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But my big push has been, because across higher education is an industry just like anyone else that has internal jargon. And if you're not a part of the industry, you don't understand what it's talking about. So oftentimes, colleges have referred to what I do as non-credit, right? You hear it as non-credit training.
Yep.
I have been on such a push the last 6 months, regionally, locally, and nationally, to join the wave of abolishing that term, because what else is defined by what you're not getting? So think about it. You are immediately defining it by what you're not getting, which is credit.
Right.
But not defining it by what you are getting, which is real world experience, a certification, and a certificate that allows you to go straight to work without any student debt. Right. And so we at the institution now refer to it as professional credit or workforce development. Because think about it. If I go stand in front of a room of high school juniors and seniors at an orientation of sorts with their parents who know nothing about higher ed, and the first thing out of my mouth is, hey, make sure your student signs up for a non-credit class.
Right.
So what do they say? So this doesn't count?
Right.
This doesn't matter? And so what's in a name? A name is everything.
Yeah.
And so higher education has changed tremendously. I have colleagues all over the country still telling me, Steve, I'm still paying on my student loans. Right. I'm in my 30s and I'm in my 40s. And unfortunately, sometimes the degree in which they got is not even the industry in which they're working.
Yeah, but they're still paying it off.
But they're still paying it off.
Okay, so I think it's hot because, interesting for me, a lot of my coaching clients who run businesses and have done very well for themselves have put their kids through
the traditional path.
Credit college.
Correct.
Where you get credits and you get it, and then you go another one, you get an MBA, and now those kids aren't getting jobs. Mm-hmm. Like there's no jobs for them.
Correct.
And what's interesting to me is the opportunity that seems profound to me is there are so many cool jobs that you could be doing if you weren't stuck in this way of thinking.
That's right.
Can you think a different way?
Can you think a different way? So, Tom, I'll do this with you. And for anyone who might hear this in posterity or view this later, I want to ask you 4 basic math questions. And I do this with my audiences when talking about this. So it's real simple. We won't need a calculator. 1 + 8?
9.
2 + 7?
9.
3 + 6?
9.
5 + 4?
9.
So I could do this for infinity, but what we just did, you just showed me 4 different ways to arrive at the same solution.
Yeah.
So traditional college might be the 8+1 student. The vocational might be the 7+2 student. There might be some that go join the military first and let Uncle Sam pay for it. That's their 3+6.
Yes.
Then there are those that say, I'm just going to go get a certificate and I'm going to go drive a truck. And my answer to all of my audiences and my question would be, which one is the right path? The one that is right for them.
Right.
And this is where higher ed institutions face the challenge with student services. When a student comes in saying, what do you want to do? A lot of times the answer is, I don't know. It's this emoji. Yeah. But oftentimes they just show them the credit side of the institution. They don't open it up to the vocational, career, and technical because there's still such a mindset and a stigma of that this is somehow less than if I don't have a 4-year degree hanging on my wall.
I did an interesting experiment. A close friend of mine, his friend's kid, was trying to decide between going down the medical path, getting a medical degree.
Sure.
And they did this series of spreadsheets to show them if they went and got their electrician
license.
And then they worked, and then the caveat was within 10 years, hire 2 other electricians to work with you and start your own business. The long-term number on an electrician was exponential to the doctor. And we sort of have this traditional view that doctors make extraordinary amounts of money. But what was really interesting to watch was because when you invest, you get the residual effect. And
Correct.
what you got was a doctor, unless, of course, they had some unusual way to pay for it for free.
Sure.
But a lot of doctors end up with extraordinary amounts of debt.
They do.
And then they have to spend a lifetime sort of paying that off. And I don't know when the transition point, but these guys did. And I saw the spreadsheet and I was blown away by how, and it's not just about wealth, it's about what do you want to do with your life and who do you want to be. But
Correct.
it was really interesting for me to actually see evidence that the path of doing something like being an electrician has as much capability and prosperity as being a doctor. And I mean, in this room, like the room that you and I are a part of at this conference, I'm in it all the time, which is the shredding services, record storage.
Correct.
I mean, it's a very physical job.
It is.
It's not an MBA job. It's boxes on shelves, hauling.
Absolutely.
You know? And what's so cool about it is it's as cool a industry as any other one is.
It is. And again, Tom, I want to be clear to all the listeners and the viewers. I still believe in higher ed in its conventional form. As you had mentioned, a medical professional and a doctor. And I've said this before. I don't want a doctor operating on me that said, you know what? I watched a couple of TikToks. I'm going to give it my best shot.
Correct.
If I ever needed legal advice or legal representation, I don't want someone to say, listen, I stayed up all night watching YouTube. I think we're good.
We got it. We got it. Like, I'll cut you. I'll rip that thing out of you, and you'll be good.
But I think that the beauty of what I get to do is because I have seen the value of what higher ed has opened doors for me.
Yeah.
My mentor once said to me, he said that degree, Steve, doesn't make you better than anybody, doesn't make you smarter than anybody. He said it's a calling card and he was absolutely right. Before I had my MBA, there were some people who wouldn't even give me the time of day, Tom. I had MBA put on my business cards and all of a sudden they were willing to have a conversation with me. Yeah. And like he told me before, it also shows an employer your capacity to complete something.
Yeah.
You know? And so I've always been great with that, and then was able to parlay that into my own side business, which I believe one day in the not too distant future will be my full-time business there, of leadership development. And oftentimes people ask me, how did I get my start there? And truly, 2018 going into 2019, I was in Nashville, Tennessee with my dad, and I had gone to a conference with him, met up with some friends, and kind of started asking that question of what's next? Where do I fit into this tapestry called life? With this skill set that I've been given, this gift that I've been given, how do I parlay it into something fantastic? One of our speakers today said, you can be good at something and taken and paid well at the same time. And I think that's basically where I was. And I hope this helps somebody who's, whatever it is that they're looking to launch, if they wanted to be a public speaker, whatever it is. I think one of the things that paralyzed me, Tom, was this internal question. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to start. How do I start? What do I do? And I was listening to a podcast of a communicator that I enjoy a great deal listening to. He said, some of you listening to this right now have a dream in your heart and you keep saying, what do I do? And man, I turned that volume up in my car because I was like, this is for me. And this is a statement that launched me in my own business. He said, if you would do what you know, you would know what to do. If you would do what you know, you would know what to do. And it was such a basic, rudimentary statement, but it was such an eye-opener for me. And I said, there's this one subject that I've been cultivating and thinking on. I'm going to start there. And I got on LinkedIn after that trip from Nashville. And I said, my name is Steve Sauceda. I'm starting out as a speaker. This is the subject that I speak on. If you feel that I could add value to your organization, please reach out. This was before having a website or anything, but just giving it a shot. And on the way back from Nashville, I wrote down 10 organizations that I hope to speak for. 5 on the business corporate side, 5 on the faith-based side. By New Year's Eve on that first year, spoke for every single one of them. Spoke for every single one of them. And then, since then, it's been off to the races. And it has been the ride of a lifetime to be able to meet people from all over the country, to have doors open that have extended beyond my wildest dreams. I'm that guy that says, and I mean it, that none of this feels real, and I hope it never does.
That's beautiful. So you have this really interesting context from your professional life as a educator and a leadership in an education space. And then you got this other side, which is you're out talking about that stuff, but other stuff. So what's the thing that most intrigues you right now? Like, what's the thing that captures your curiosity a lot right now?
So I will answer that in a twofold way. The thing that launched me was the topic that I spoke on for iSigma last year and that they asked me to speak on as a breakout session tomorrow, and that's generational differences. Because it is a topic that transcends industry because we deal with all of it. You've got 5 generations working side by side today. If we said nothing else other than that, Tom, that could be a source of conflict in the way that people communicate, the way that they prefer to be rewarded, their value systems. And at the end of the day, when you really look at it, we're not that different than we really think we are. It's just a preference in communication styles and rewards and values. So that's what got me launched. That is still my most in-demand topic. But the thing that just I sink my teeth into is the newest topic that I launched at the top of the year called Mind Matters, talking about the stigma of mental health in the workplace. And this is very much near and dear to me because for all the success that I've been blessed to have, and I am not a one-man show, there is no person I believe that has any level of success that got there on their own. Yep. There's someone that believed in them. There's someone that sponsored them. There's someone that was a benefactor and all of those things. But I had my own bout with mental health in 2017, 2018. Now, prior to this, I never would have let you see me sweat. I was taught and brought up that you don't ever talk about your weakness because they'll use it against you. Vulnerability, don't do it. And so at the tail end of 2016, early 2017, I began, however you want to put it, an 18-month bout with depression, where I took myself off the road and off the stage because I didn't know if I ever could, if I ever should, or if I ever would speak again. Because what I found, and I'm a big proponent of counseling and therapy, and everyone has their take on it. For me, I found it to be extremely beneficial. What I found that broke was the representative. I would never let you close enough to see the real me. I'd let you see the speaker on stage, you know? And along the time, I had my own radio show and podcast. And as I went through this, I didn't do away with the podcast, but I started talking about my story and my journey. And I actually started getting real with people. And one of the sessions, one of the shows that I did, I talked about Humpty Dumpty, the infamous nursery rhyme. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. You know, all the king's horses, all the king's men couldn't put Humpty back together again. And I related to Humpty. I couldn't put myself back together. No matter what I did, I couldn't do it on my own. And I aired that show, and I had a gentleman reach out to me and leave me a voicemail. And I am one of those elder millennials that will check his voicemail and call people back. And he said, Steve, I heard your show. Can you call me? So I called him, said, man, I hadn't heard from you in 6 or 7 years. You know, that 6 and 7. He said, I want to talk to you about your show, specifically about the Humpty segment. And unfortunately, I'm that guy that always puckers when someone's like, I want to talk to you about something you said, like, oh man, did I offend someone? I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. But he said, my wife and I have been fans of yours for years. I said, I appreciate that. He said, every time we've heard you speak, we've always gotten something out of it. He goes, I remember one time I leaned over to my wife and I nudged her and I said, man, that guy doesn't struggle with anything. He always seems to have it together and so put together. I don't know how he does it. He said, and he goes, and I always admired you. He said, but I listened to your radio show and I heard the humility and I heard the vulnerability and the struggle. He said, and for the first time, I could relate to you and not just admire you. You know, so I started this journey. I started this journey of therapy. I started this journey of counseling, and I started seeing a counselor. In the first 3 months, I went weekly, and we would talk and talk. And after the 3rd month, he asked me a question, and I finally started taking some personal responsibility and accountability for where I was at. And I will never forget this, Tom. It was one of those core memories that we learned from Disney's Inside and Out Pixar movie. He stood up, he reached across Did we lose?
Keep going.
Okay. He reached across the table and he shook my hand. And mind you, we'd been together for 3 months. And he said, "Hi, Steve. It's nice to finally meet you."
Wow.
It's
Wow.
nice to finally meet you. And that was very eye-opening.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm just going to keep going.
Okay.
Because
We lost the camera?
yeah, I don't know what happened. I think it's been going all day. So
No, that's okay.
yeah, just you. I'm just going to do this for a second.
Okay.
I'm going to do this and make you the star. So, okay, sorry, I didn't mean to throw you off there, but
No.
So you're in. You go through a depression.
Yeah.
So the act of becoming real, right? The act of sort of exposing yourself to that, but exposing yourself to your world,
Correct.
from that, puts you out there in a way that allows you now to go back and talk about it.
It does.
So I know you're not talking about it at this conference,
Correct.
But like, what's the message you're giving in what's the underlying theme of that
Absolutely.
presentation?
Absolutely. So it's kind of twofold. Number one is it's okay to not be okay.
Yeah.
It's okay to have a meltdown. Just don't unpack and live there. And the other one, there's several components there, and that is the people around you, even those closest to you, are not mind readers. Because oftentimes I will ask my audiences one of two questions: option A or option B. What's harder for you to say? I'm sorry, or will you help me? 90% of the audiences will say, will you help me? Because we've all been conditioned and taught to ask for help is a sign of weakness. To ask for help is a sign of incompetence.
Yeah.
Well, if I ask for help, then I'm going to be shown as a fraud, and then they're not going to need me.
Correct.
And the other one is I am a big anti-proponent of fake it till you make it. My big statement is fake it till you make it only works until the faking it breaks you, because you can only hold the facade for so long. This was myself. You know, I was good. You know, someone would ask me, "Steve, how are you?" "I'm good. I'm great." Or if faith-based answers are blessed, highly favored, man, God is good. You say all the things, but you're really struggling on the inside. And then never really let anyone in. And I never tell my audiences that everyone deserves or has earned the right to hear the secrets and the hurts of your heart. I like to use the analogy of a dartboard, that we all have people in every circle within that dartboard. That outer circle is kind of those acquaintances you see, you say hello to. But as you get closer and closer to that bullseye is the smallest one on that dartboard for a reason, because the fewest amount of people are the ones that deserve to hear your heart, to hear the secrets of your heart, but to make sure that you do have someone that you can be real with, someone that you can let your hair down with.
Yeah.
And I find that type of vulnerability has helped me out tremendously. Now, my mom and dad, thankfully, are still alive, and I'm very grateful for that. But they also grew up in a time and in a culture that said, you don't talk about that.
Yeah.
That if you said the word depression, that was a mental institution, that was a straitjacket, that was hopped up on pills, and you were crazy.
Yeah.
And so they loved me through it all. But they were still cautious of, "Son, are you really sure you want to talk about that publicly? Because we don't want people to treat you different. We don't want them to see you different." And that came from a heart of love. But my response was, I hope they do. I hope they do see me differently. I hope they do treat it a little bit differently, that I bleed and I hurt like everybody else, that don't mistake a gift for lacking humanity. That just because I can stand on a stage and command a crowd doesn't mean that I still don't deal with the hardness of life or a job or a relationship or friends. I do. I just have the privilege to be able to talk about it on a stage and on a platform in hopes that it will help someone else or inspire someone else to not be so secluded and live life alone. That I found that isolation is a choice. And when you retreat in isolation, all that you're hearing, you put yourself in an echo chamber. And in an echo chamber, the only voice you're hearing in that kind of state is your own. And 99% of the time, that voice is lying, of saying, you're not good enough, you'll never measure up, no one cares if you're here or not. And so I have found that it has resonated tremendously. When I launched it out this year, my first audience was a group of oil and gas safety professionals. And I told my girlfriend who's here with me, I said, man, I sure did pick the hardest crowd to launch this in. But what I found afterwards is I had 4 big burly guys waiting for me in the hallway. And I was like, do I run? Do I pretend like I don't speak English all of a sudden? And it was waiting to shake my hand and saying, thank you. That was for me. We need to hear more of this. Because oftentimes, even masculine, it's like, I got to be tough. I got to have it all together. I can't let them see me sweat. And mine is more so, look, man, we all bleed. We all hurt. No matter what your socioeconomic status is, we all need somebody that we can be real with.
Yeah. And in so many ways, the message that, I don't know, I feel like it's even more rampant now than it's been in a long time, is even people who aren't necessarily in depression just come from the perspective of being broken so much.
Correct.
There's a lot of people who, when you listen inside their heads, are pretty much the hardest voice on themselves. And it's really hard to, think about where do I go? What's this life look like
Correct.
when I'm a loser? And I think sometimes it's like in the autism spectrum, it's a spectrum of this world that people are inhabiting in their own heads, from where it gets more intense to where it's less intense, but a lot of the same weird messages are thriving there in many ways.
Well, and Tom, to your point, it might not be depression, but there's anxiety is at an all-time high.
Yeah.
Stress is at an all-time high. Worry is at an all-time high.
Yeah.
And we all know, we could talk about this for hours, that social media has been a wonderful tool, but it's also a platform where we put our highlight reels up, and it is constant comparison with every single scroll. How is Tom going on his 4th vacation this year, and I hate my cubicle? That's great for Tom, but do you also know, is Tom leveraged beyond his gourd to be able to go on these vacations? I'm not saying you are, but we never know the true story behind a post.
No, never do. So you're here for a couple of days. If somebody never got to hear what you had to say in this next few days, and they're only coming in via the interwebs, either YouTube or on the podcast channel for iSigma, if you could give them one tiny message, no matter where they are, you didn't know where they are, but you could give them one message of hope, encouragement, something. What would you say to them? What's the thing that you need to say?
I believe there is a God-given purpose and gift inside of every single person walking the earth today. And I believe that the wealthiest place on earth is not the oil fields of the Middle East. It is not Fort Knox. It is not Elon Musk's bank account, but it is the graveyard, because of how much purpose and potential went to the grave with people out of fear or discouragement or lack of encouragement, that they died with the what if instead of why not, And so I'm the guy that says, go for it. That thing that is in you, there's a reason that it is in you, and the world needs it. While maybe you don't go sell out Madison Square Garden, but you sure can change a life in your local hometown by being kind to somebody. I will tell you this as we begin to wind down. During the pandemic, hard to believe that was 6 years ago, Tom. It feels like 19 lifetimes ago. We were in the grocery store, and I don't say this as a political statement, but I simply say, I think I feel safe in saying that we lost our collective minds. We didn't know which way was up, down, left, or right, what was real, what was not, who do we listen to, mask up, mask down, vaccine or not. It was all over the place. And different pockets of the country felt different ways about it. There were some that say, I'll comply. I don't want to be part of the problem. The others said, over my dead body will I comply with anything. So I say all that to say, I was in the grocery store where I live, and you had arrows in the grocery store in the aisles of you walk this way, you walk that way. Some complied, some didn't. And I saw a gentleman that I had recognized. And I said, hey, buddy, how you doing? And I was eating my feelings. There was cookies and ice cream and everything in there because the world had gone nuts. And he looked at me, Tom, with all the confidence in the world. He said, Steve, I am doing fantastic. I am doing amazing. So I pulled my little cart of comfort food over to the side and I said, what's the secret? He said, what do you mean? I said, what have you been doing the past 6 to 8 months to stand here and say, I'm doing fantastic and I'm doing amazing and you're thriving? I said, buddy, give me your number. I'll Apple Pay you. I'll Venmo you for a therapy session right here. What's the secret? And I was 100% serious. And I saw his eyes well up with tears. He said, Steve, I'm not doing wonderful. I'm not doing amazing. And he said, my wife and I fight every single day where I wonder if we're even going to make it. He said, my kids got transitioned to online school. They sent them home with an iPad. He said, my wife and I have no idea how to help them. He goes, I'm afraid they won't pass. He said, and I got wind that my company's about to go through another round of cuts, and I'm afraid I'm going to be on it. And Tom, for the next 20 minutes, I didn't offer him a scripture. I didn't offer him an Instagram quote or a Pinterest inspirational, nothing. All I did was listen. Mm-hmm. That's all I did. And afterwards, he'd kind of composed himself. I said, how do you feel? He said, better. I said, I want to ask you again, how you doing? He said, I'm not okay today, but I believe I will be. I said, doesn't that feel better than I'm great, I'm fantastic? He said, Steve, it does. He said, but how many people actually take the time to stop and listen with intentionality and to actually care? You know, and again, I don't think I'm a saint. I don't think I'm a hero. Oftentimes I'm running through myself, but I'm glad that I stopped in that moment to care and to listen. And what I would say to anyone who would watch or would listen, that I believe that in our life and in our business, the answer to a better life lies on our face. And that is the ratio of 2 to 1, that we were created with 2 ears and 1 mouth, which means that we were designed to listen twice as much as we talk. And oftentimes we flip it, myself included. We talk twice as much as we listen. But oftentimes I don't think that people always need an answer. They just need a listening ear that says you care.
Beautiful. Well, that's a great way to end. Steve, thank you for being with us. Thank you for all you're bringing to our community in this conference, and continued success and all the cool stuff you're doing.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Nice work.
Was that okay?
Beautiful.
Excellent.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you.
No,
I don't know what happened to our cameras. One of these went on the
fritz.
It's the challenge with bringing stuff across the country.
That's very true. Are you presenting more this conference than what you did today? Are you presenting again?
I am doing I'm doing a session tomorrow. It's aligned with yours in a different way. It's of my coaching practice. I would say 70% of the challenges in my coaching practice are in family-based businesses that have generational challenges. So there's a really cool model that comes from the Cambridge Family Systems, which is the 3-circle model. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yes, I have.
It's a great way to deconstruct challenges.
I gotcha.
And so I bring that. I've never taught on it here before.
That's awesome.
And then on Tuesday, I'm doing a vibe coding workshop for.
That's what Nate was telling me about earlier.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. I got Lovable, which is one of the fastest growing companies in the history of the world right now. I got them to sponsor us, which is really
Lovely.
cool. And so we're going to vibe code. And I'm not a coder. I play.
Right?
But I think I told you, I've been coming to this event for almost 30 years.
Oh, wow.
This is my 28th consecutive year
To be at Sigma.
speaking at iSigma.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So you're part of their family.
I'm a huge part of the family. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I've been around for a long time, and I'm a kind of the old grizzled village elder, I guess.
I gotcha. But still with a lot to give.
Oh, yeah. No, I always feel like I'm the lucky one. So it's it's kind of fun to come back to these. And I did podcast in this industry. I started podcast way before it was cool. Way back in 2011, I think, was my first podcast.
Oh, you were way before the
Oh,
times. doing
way
it
way
then.
before it was cool. I literally did podcasts with dial-up phones.
Are you serious?
Yep.
That's
And-
cool.
And we would dial up the phone, and I had a little kind of box on my thing that would take your voice in and then put it into my, and I had a huge, massive, and I would put it in the system and record it to record. It was digital recording at that point, but it was early digital recording.
That's way cool.
So,
Tom,
anyways,
thank
been
you for
doing
the
a long time.
opportunity. I really enjoyed that.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yes. And
Delightful.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
Thank
Have a
you,
good
Tom.
night.
Appreciate
Sleep
it.
well.